up, everyone?
Welcome.
And welcome to tonight's Midnight Ranting. Evolution on Trial. Dun dun. Where tonight we are throwing a debate after party on the topic of evolution on trial. Dr. Dino versus James W. Chapter 2 from the
Round
channel
two.
Standing for Truth.
Oh,
So
yeah.
won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for an evolving good time? Woo-hoo! That is right. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's Midnight Ranting on Evolution on Trial. Boom, boom, boom. And I think James might have a thing or two to say about
A
it.
few things, yeah. Just a couple.
But I do want to thank you all out there, out on the intertubes, the interwebs, pew, 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 pew. Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will give access to the premieres like we had last night with the debate with Brenda against Maddox and Praise, which was a lot of fun, and gonna do an upcoming one, as well as this live stream on our after party from James W's debate that he just got done over on Standing for Truth. And yeah, we are a skeptic channel. Yeah, it happens, including the two schmucks that you see before you. However, we really want to see anyone's point of view, whether you are atheist, theist, liberal, or conservative. Come as you are. Just I gave up, James. Just come on my. They can come on my sheets as long as you
At this point, yeah. What's the point?
Exactly. I'm gonna be doing dry cleaning the next day anyway. Anyway, this housekeeping is actually sponsored by our Patreons over at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which I'll just ask right off the bat. James, the hot take. You just came off a debate. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. I feel like the first round went a lot smoother than this round. A few issues with prep and everything, but a couple curveballs got thrown my way. But hey, you get through it, and I feel like it was overall a pretty good debate. Not perfect, but good enough. Good enough, I think.
And I was just saying to James right before it, whether it's Kent, whether it's really any of the young Earth creationists, a lot of the straw man that they conspire just make my blood the ire.
He spits them out quick. He's got all the slides ready with all the straw man and got.
Well, a kind will never become another kind. You're right.
Yeah.
We will never stop being.
It's never going to happen.
We were never going to stop being primates. In fact, if a future comes where one human population goes to one planet and another population of humans goes to another planet, and we eventually go for a million years, speciate, no longer able to breed, they will still be human.
Yeah.
They'll still be mammals. They'll still be primates. Always.
Different species.
That is how it works. Like, they literally, I shouldn't take literally. Let me literally take literally out.
Because
it is
John
a
Matt
filler word.
LPP killed the word.
But
he abused it to death.
they're ignoring just how hierarchies work. Like, I just don't understand. Yes, a dog is still going to be a dog. Good job. That is what evolution states. It's weird sales pitches. All of their stuff are just talking points. It is more political than it is science. It is basically in each debate, it is almost, and I'm not saying once again, we're just saying what the scientists are saying, but in many of the debates, Pat, Jason, James Wolfe out there, who are actual people, it is oftentimes the expert versus a dude, just a dude, and they are talking as if they have the same academic credentials. And once again, because it's like a scientist versus a politician. That is as much as they are preachers.
In a way, Bubble, you still could think of yourself as a fish if you want, Bubble.
We are. Not only are we fish, like what I would want to know is why genetically do we seem to share more DNA with fish than sharks? That's all I want to know. If that could be the model of just this face.
Total overdrive, Mark. Dunning-Kruger on steroids with that one. Yeah.
And sending love to Mark out there. Mark is also, I already have, he's basically the first name I'm going to put up there. But where it's going to be sign and join, I've already created the list. Maybe I'll share it. In fact, I'll share it this stream. It doesn't look great, but I have created the stream, the list, ladies and gentlemen, for Debate Me Brah. Woo! What is up? I also see everyone out there sending love to the entire chat. Ding, 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 ding. But also sending love to our Patreons as we continue into our little housekeeping. And then
Adam
we're
Moore
opening
says
it up
sharks are
to the
fish.
Sharks are fish. Well, they are in the water. They swim just like whales and stuff. But what we would consider fish, like the chorlets, they are more related to us. So it's the difference between the vertebrate and it's the shouldn't say vertebra because you both but it's the a spinal cord. The way that we actually have, also the way that we have our mouth to our buttocks. It's the same layout. But sending love. Speaking of experts, I'm gonna keep on saying this. Student Dr. Ben is in the house. We do with Uncle Beck, with Jagazis, a fantastic panel at the wonderful Tang Gang, the Atheist Roundtable, the Atheist Network Group, connecting all of the
network,
atheists.
the network thing.
Boom, 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 boom. Sending lovers and so much love. And at youtube.com/the Atheist Network Group, as well as Ian Davenport. Boom, 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 leveling up. That's the name of the game. They don't want to defend creationism. That is what pisses me off. That's another thing you brought up as well tonight, which was the similarity between young Earth creationists and flat earthers, which is model. I want a model. Stop. In fact, it actually is. You're fine to critique other models. That is part of the peer review process. But I'm waiting for a model that from a creationist that isn't the ha 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 ha. And then God did it.
And he invoked magic at several points during the debate. He's never afraid to do that whenever he needs it. Well, the incest thing, God just made it so that it was okay back then.
Exactly. Well, once it rains really hard, I think That's when incest, I think, becomes legal again.
Yeah.
Just like when the
It was
animals become
okay. It was all right.
vegetarians.
It was all right.
Exactly.
Everyone was cousins, but it was okay.
And I think like incest has a certain amount of water. So if like it doesn't flood that much, then incest is, still
I just
incest. But
thought it was funny because he
if
brought
it
up
floods
incest.
enough, you can't have incest anymore.
Because he
Well,
mentioned
you
something
do
related to
actually to
incest.
repopulate the world. But after you
Yeah,
one
yeah.
more
It's
incest.
okay.
You get one more time. Sorry, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying because he mentioned something having to do with incest. I forget exactly what he said that went down. I just thought it was funny that he was going down that path when he adheres to a book that says it's okay. God magically made it so that it would be all right.
And
And
James,
like
I don't
I
know if you
don't
know
think they
this,
yeah.
but a book did say a thing.
I don't think when they wrote those stories they thought that part out. Like they just thought, well, I mean, there's got to be just two people. I don't know how that works, but God had to start with two, right?
Because the people who wrote this had no idea that the scientific process, the Age of Enlightenment, was going to happen. These
Right.
were, I'm trying not to use that
Bronze Age
word,
goat
the L
herders.
word. They were goat herders. They have, and it sounds like a fedora tip your hat, but I just want to point out they they have way too many offerings of goats, and they have too many rules in which you are supposed to
About
give
goats.
the person that you are trading with a goat. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I feel like this book took into account the currency of goats more than we do in society currently. Not
Yeah.
that I don't love goats. I'm just saying.
And they lived with dinosaurs, Amy. And you'd think they'd write something about the coolest, most badass animals on the planet in the Bible, but they wrote about sheep and goats and pigeons and
And it wasn't until I
things like
think the
that.
famous creationist documentary The Flintstones came out that they really had anything to put forward.
And that's the thing. Like the Bible doesn't really say who they married because they writers never really thought that far. We just look at it today and we're like, wait a minute, Adam and Eve. So they were so they had kids and their kids had to. Oh, wait a minute. Their kids had to marry brother. I guess they had to marry their brothers and sisters. I guess it was okay back then, right?
You know, James, it's funny you say that. I've been saying it for a while. Speaking of Patreon and sending love out to all of you who support, let's just say, what we do here. Did you know, James, that Applegate was a whole thing? It's terrible. It really is. This is what brought about basically everything wrong with human society. Right there.
God
It
had to
looks so
intelligently
true.
redesign the genome to make us susceptible to all kinds of diseases because we would live forever before that, apparently. And yeah,
It looks so good. You would never know that it contains all of knowledge. Definitely not a fairy tale, though. That doesn't sound like a Pixar
it
line.
makes a lot more sense than modern science, doesn't it?
It does, exactly. No, you can, once again,
Science?
we could
What do
call
they
it
know?
the Apple model.
What do they know?
Oh, and it's true. That Mark brings up a good point. I would say it's the two pillars of,
Oh yeah, the talking
Genesis.
snake
You also have a talking snake
with legs.
with legs. It's true. And we do have to mention the legs because I feel like if it was just a talking snake,
That would be bad enough.
it would be convincing. But the moment it's a talking snake with legs, I feel like that really sells it. Because talking snakes with legs don't lie. I think. I
Now,
don't know. I don't have knowledge yet. I haven't eaten the apple yet.
what
That's the problem, James.
what would I also tell you if I also told you this talking snake with legs was somehow vegetarian?
It has to be. Unless it rained. Once again, the rain model answers a
No,
lot.
it never rained before the flood.
Exactly. Or not to a certain level. Once
Yeah,
again,
very little,
incest,
maybe.
vegetarianism,
Uh,
it has to like hit a certain level of water.
Thanks, Dale. That was a good debate that we posted with
Woo-hoo,
Brenda. That
sending
was really
love,
good.
Dale. And yeah, I want to say, we're probably going to be posting not only more of modern day
Oh,
debates, sending love to James out there from modern day debate and Sideshow Bob, just because of Nav. I just can't help sending love out to him too. But I'm going to be on there along with Leo Felius, if he's out there, sending love to Leo,
yeah, next
doing
week, right?
a debate with Maddox and Taylor on Monday. And we're either we may do an after show, but it may be the next day. May let Kaz have that spot for that night so I can go to bed and then do an after show the next day. But we will have so much more fun content. And like I said,
So much
maybe
more, a lot
while
of
we
fun.
open the
Yeah,
open
we
mic,
will.
I will prepare the link because I just want to get atheist, theist, and if you feel like there's another position, surprise me. We want to get your name up there so we can get more. Don't break me, brush. Oh, it tastes like the good and evil of knowledge.
Seaside, listen, we live to attack religion. That's our bread and butter.
Day
That's
in,
we
day
can't get
out.
enough attacking religion. We only attack Kent because of his bad science and his religious assertions, which are baseless speculation and assertions without
Well,
evidence, and in spite of and in face of, in opposition to all the evidence that we have.
and I just want to go out and live here and say we could both send attacks on religion and debunk that everything Kent said. Oh
Oh,
my, can we? It's gonna
let me
be a fun night.
let me tell you, Seaside. Why do you think? Yeah, Jason, Hovind Albrecht brings up religion because that's his only objection to evolution. If that Bible didn't say that God just poofed everything, he wouldn't care one way or another about evolution. It would make no difference to him. But the
Oh,
book
their
says a thing.
skepticism turns on the moment you ask them about God doing anything. Oh, How how dare me know God? I could never tell you. Speaking of goats, I have a new question, which is please explain to me how God formed a goat. Like,
Oh,
was it no goat and then there was just goat? It
who
was
go?
just goat? Or was there a simple process that he slowly built up to more complex? Because I hate to tell you, that sounds like evolution. So
Oh,
I
well, he
would like
obviously sat
some.
down and designed the genome piece by piece, but it took him like no
Are
time
you
at
going to
all because he
reveal?
has infinite intelligence. Like,
Well,
so,
I would say sending love to both Sea Science and Bubblegum. This is our housekeeping where we just explain our thoughts about it. And I would say we're almost kind of doing that right now. In
yeah.
fact, this is our turn basically to explain our thoughts. And then when we're done, we're going to open it up to everyone else to join. So
Which it
if you want my thoughts, once again, it was a bunch of straw man.
one after the
It
other.
is. I think lay creationists don't know enough about biology to be able to say one way or the other. I think professional creationists know enough about biology that they actually probably understand that it's a fact,
Yeah.
but their entire livelihood would just be.
Actually, Ken asked me before the debate. We were just having some chit chat. He said, "If I converted, would that hurt my livelihood?" I said, "No, I work a regular job." But I said, "I can't ask you the same question," and that's like the crux of it is that people are professional creationists, and they make a good living off of it, so they have an economic incentive. If the channel closed down today, if this channel, it would break my heart, but it wouldn't now that we are monetized, it's nice to be able to make some money off of it. But
I mean, that is
it's not
empirically. I
like
mean, I don't know how to say this. The algorithm finds your shtick.
right.
Okay, I'm creating content on how people can make podcasts, and the correct
To
answer
help people make money. Yeah.
is you just need to have your what you are actually. You can't have 1,000 different things. You need to have, I would say, 5 max, and you really need to specialize in 3 things. If you specialize in 3
Unless you could just
things,
sell yourself.
the algorithm will understand and learn what you're into and will send people. And if you're in a debate community, they send atheists and theists your way. It's a lovely type of thing.
Yeah, that Dale, that was tonight. It was on SFT. That's what we're here to talk about. But
oh, and I have to send. I think I said I would do this, and I am way overdue. We send this for the what is it? Here comes the attack. I am going to send love out here. Boom, boom, boom. What is up, Jay Flame?
Jay Flame, hey.
So, this is another fantastic YouTube content creator creating fantastic musical and I would say non-linear videos, creating some awesome videos out there. We need to get him his 100. We need to get him his fancy title. You need to look up. He has some awesome songs out there. We're sending the love right back to Jay Flame. Go check him out on YouTube. I'll get his link later. And so, sending love. We're going to keep on moving through. I see Standing for Truth out there. Great debate, tons of fun. Marathon premiere one night. James W. versus Kent chapters 1 and 2. I do just have to. I think I know James is about to say something, but I personally just want to say thank you, Standing for Truth, for hosting these debates, for being a moderator and a fantastic host.
Yeah, thank you, Standing. I think. I do think he tries to be as fair as possible during the debates and keep everything equally timed. So no complaints there. I think he's always treated me well. So I can't complain.
Even the people I very much disagree with, praise Brett, Standing. Well. What is up, Trusted Ape? What is up, Big Scream Bird? What is up, really everyone out there? We're about to be sending. Oh, what is up, Jenna?
The producer.
That's right. Yeah. The queen of production, Jenna herself, saying, "Great job this evening, James, with the debate." I thought it was a great debate.
Yeah, well, thank you guys. I did my best. It was fun though. But he can spew those straw men out faster than you can knock him down. But that's the thing. He's been doing it for 30 years. He's been doing over 200 debates now. So he's got the slides ready. He's got the straw man. He knows what to say.
And I have found that a lot of his presentation is tailored to, I don't want to say grievances that creationists get, but they're almost like points that they are sent out and they are meant to creationists go, yeah! And yet if atheists tackle them, you almost sound like an asshole. Because they use the word, for example, fairy tale. Evolution is a fairy tale. And if you point out that generally speaking, most atheists consider that, theists, especially the Abrahamic religion, believe in fairy tales. That is the meanest version of saying it. And yet I think that they say that because it's supposed to be like, are you gonna do that to us? You're gonna try and make that point back at us, or are you gonna let us just say nothing, chance, all these words that we atheists don't really use, but generally come from creationists.
And I think most of the atheists, I think they kind of take the higher road in that, and they kind of hands off the religion. They just debunk the bad science, which I understand that approach, because no, evolution does not prove there's no God. Like I pointed out, there are millions of Christians who are fine with evolution. They're okay with the science. They do the mental gymnastics. They have it all worked out in their mind so that it works out, and they're fine with it. And they are closer to truth, to reality, than the YEC crew. But
genetic entropy is
yeah.
not real. He made that information. We're not losing information, and DNA. I would also like they know a example of his definition of information, because
Of course,
the fact that DNA is mutating means that it's adding to its genetic code. It is.
it used to say one thing. Now it says something different. That's new information. And natural selection can act on that. And no, it's never going to produce large changes from one generation to the next. Doesn't have to. You've got thousands and thousands of generations for that change to accumulate. And it does. A story is made up of words. If you keep changing the words, the story will just keep changing. You will not get to a point where you can keep changing words in the story and the story stays exactly the same. That will not happen. And just because you can't see it in the span of a human life, yeah, it's tough.
If mutations are real, by definition, genetic entropy is real. No. Mutations can be good, bad,
not at all,
or benign. So, and he said he's never been offered example of something new being added. Web feet and hands on humans. It happens very rarely. It is a genetic mutation. If we get to a point where we actually have to swim in an environment,
more
there
aquatic,
may be a chance where that is selected for.
Like the Sirenians, like the common manatee, the Sirenia keen that I pointed out, that slowly became more aquatic, just like the cetaceans.
We're using the word literally. Mutation means errors. Yes, but good. It could be a good error, a bad error.
It's like Bob Ross. We have happy mistakes, They could be happy mistakes. Yeah, Andrew, that's a complete farce. There are plenty of mutations. They're not just extra limbs, and something like that is almost always going to be detrimental, but that's not what most mutations are. So, yeah.
This is talking about autism, immune disorders.
But Andrew, there's so many instances of bad design that that the idea of a designer really doesn't make sense. When did the supposed ancestors of cetaceans live on land? I think you're going to have to go back about 50 to 60 million years. I'm not an evolutionary biologist, so I would just look that up. But I believe you're going to go back about 50 million years to get to Pakicetus, where they were like semi-aquatic.
And I'm going to keep on asking, because we can go from goat, we can go to whale. How did God, can any other person, any person who disagrees with evolution, please just explain to me how a whale came to be?
When you get to invoke magic, you don't have to explain anything.
Exactly. I'm still waiting for a mechanism, a way. It went from this to this to this, or God did this and this and this, or an intelligent designer did this and this and this.
Detailed explanations. They literally want to see every animal on the chain.
But God teach me, pray your word. Can I ask, are you saying evolution is a fairy tale only because atheists call your beliefs a fairy tale? Because that is what I think that comes from. And I don't mean that. It always does sound like an insult. I guess that's what a fairy tale is. But I mean, when you listen to talking snakes, a guy living in a giant fish, the
People
Tower
living
of
to be
Babel, these are
900,
fairy tales. These are
giants in the Old
to use the
Testament.
literally, those are fairy tales. They're not science. They're myths. And I'm not using that as an insult. Like, they were supposed to be myths. This is where mythic structure comes from. This is well known in anthropology.
It's similar to the
It makes
myths of
grumpy
other
old
cultures.
Costello. Yes, exactly. Bleep, 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 bleep.
I will quickly go through the Patreons before
I know, I'm so
then we'll
sorry,
open it
James.
up.
I can't help ourselves, but we have a lot to get
No.
out. That's right. This is our only. We'll then open it up, and then, like I said, it'll be for everybody. We'll start to move and groove. We do love our Patreons, though. You guys have been supporting us so much. We have whole much more content. Some love to Diana Smith, reminding us that the Abrahamic religions, well, they treat women exactly as you think that a bunch of men did a few thousand years ago. But listen, we love the Abrahamic theists out there, even if we had to pull them dragging and screaming into the modern era.
So, God teach me to pray. Amy, tell him he said it's because we call his book A Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy. Why don't you give him the comparison about Ricky Gervais, about science, and about our book?
Exactly. There is this. So it's very simple. You could burn every religious text right now, and chances are not a single one of them, when we had religions pop up again, would be exactly the same. But we could collect.
They would have similar themes.
Have
but
similar
no, exactly.
themes, but probably major differences, just like you see now. But we could find every science textbook. We could burn it, wipe the ashes clean, and slowly but surely, each and every fact would be rediscovered, and the speed of light would be put right back into the science textbooks.
It would be the same as it was before.
Along with the theory of germs, gravity, and evolution.
Yeah. I say
That's the difference between science and religion.
1,000 years from now, evolution will still be taught in every academic institution that is worth anything. And there will still be no sign of Jesus coming back in the clouds, because he's not coming back. And in fact,
talk about
probably
Jesus
never
coming
came.
just gets me hot, but
We know. And he probably never came in the first place either. Hashtag Jesus is myth, which we have that emoji coming up.
I know. I don't know if I should show it now, if I should show we should wait. Oh, they are, but take our word for it. They came out just as well as we had hoped. They are adorable. And I don't know if when I showed them to you the first time, I know the first time I saw it, I laughed out loud. Like, at least
they were good. They were really good.
Oh, James, I don't know if you know this. It's basically science. A book said a thing. I don't know if you've heard this. It's the latest news. Just happened in one of the journals.
And he believes it.
Believes it 100%.
Oh, yes, Gizmo. I have a much smaller chair here, so Gizmo can't go up on the back. He doesn't have armrests to sit on.
Sending love to, and see, I can't help myself. Now he's going, I have to, and I do. I like going in to each one of the papers, because I find each and every time I have ever gone into the papers that they link, it has nothing to do with the actual.
Don't say what they think it says.
Yes. Basic entry involves coded systems. So this is dealing with cancer.
God
Yeah,
teach me to
there's a
pray your word.
disease.
That
Well,
that the odds of that would be 100% because it happened, but I wouldn't say it happened randomly. It happened, but it did happen because we are here. There is evidence that we are here, and there's only evidence of the natural world. We have no evidence of the supernatural, not one shred of it. Every explanation we've ever found for anything has been natural. And see, science, don't abuse your wrench, please, because you're don't antagonize people, or we will have to revoke it.
well, it's just I don't understand. Once again, these are not trying to say that we are losing genetics. This is trying to say that mutations and epigenetic imbalances resulting in cancer. These people are not presenting the case that evolution is not real or that genes are deteriorating, that we are actually losing information or going backwards. And so I will address this. I will say, Mark, C Science wanted a wrench because he was
Post
saying
links.
that he wanted to post links, and he was going in here. It was a pain because he was coming on just to post links. Now, I do like when we are able to give theists, generally speaking, especially ones that are on Team Science mods, but
He's
creationism,
like he's
especially
not
young
on
Earth
Team Science. He
creationism,
is like
always throws.
burn the science books down.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
just, young Earth creationism is just, it's very similar to flat eartherism. As in, no, and I understand you're not trying, well, I don't know if you're, like I said, I was talking with James earlier about this. I think we're going to start putting all of these decisions up to Titan
to let
Uranus.
him make
He's out
make
there, and he'll go out there and figure out,
recommendations
yes,
and
because he's our
send
head
them to
admin.
us.
But
He's a professional admin.
we want people who disagree with us.
Hey Leo.
It's, I don't know. I
Oh,
want a
thanks, Peter.
creationist. I
I've
will keep
tried.
on going back to it. Please, a young Earth creationist, show me something and someone, not just like a because when I get a lot of genes information trying to prove that it's a code, it's never from people that are anti-evolution. It's from geneticists that are really excited that they have figured out how to explain complicated genetic concepts to a lay audience, and so they build analogies. I would even go as far as to say that I'm okay with saying that genes are a code. They are a naturally arising code that has been around for 4.5 billion years. And so it took a long
Although,
time
yeah, it's
until artificial codes came around, just like it took a long time until artificial selection happened and natural selection was that.
using the word code. It's dangerous because it's so loaded, and they take that and they run with it. But I guess you can call it a code in a way. But
I just want to say, Shade, it's hard to disagree with that logic. I feel like I've been pushed. I haven't been able to be pushed into the corner of many debate questions, but I do have to say that may be a good one. So
the answer to that, God, is very slowly. That's how it
very
happened.
slowly.
Very
I
slowly.
do want to send love out there, though, to Leo Filius, who is in the house. What is up, Leo? Leo and myself will be doing a debate on Modern Day Debate this Monday.
Putting
We're trying to
LPP in
see.
the hot seat.
That's right, LPP and Taylor. I did a little research on her just from her Twitter, and she seems to be a biologist or some sort of science-minded person. So that's
With
why you
LPP.
don't. Well, that's why you don't underestimate. You gotta
Okay.
But that's my thing. I think they're both going to be. My prediction would be they're both going to be genetics heavy. That is their shtick.
They
Maybe
like
dip into abiogenesis and cosmology. With the
they
Big
like
Bang.
genetics because it's data driven. It's just data on paper, and they think it's like malleable and you can run different models and algorithms and
That's right, Danny. What is up? Woohoo! Another fantastic YouTube content creator out there. Sending love to Danny. And yeah, we are debating LPP. It happens. Well, and I mean, he's always been he's been mostly nice to me. He does the same jabs that I feel there are some questions that are almost filled with jargon specifically used to try and to see if someone understands the terms, because when he asks, he generally doesn't ask them, he berates. And when you berate, that you're not a teacher. And if you are a teacher and you berate, you are a terrible teacher. That is the difference. And I've seen many. It is what I would say it's almost the signature mark of Darth Dawkins. Darth Dawkins is trying to out jargon you, and when you ask for clarification, he wants to berate you, because he'll be like, "Well, everything I just said was technically English." Yes, that DPD train was technically English.
Pat Lowinger. Thanks, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're.
What is up? What is up, Pat Lowinger? In fact, I know, keep on getting this. Pat Lowinger!
Thank you.
Sending love.
Our lovely Patreon,
has
Pat
done
Lowinger.
Many fantastic episodes of Talk Skeptic to Me.
About to run
an ad for Talk Skeptic to Me to help get those Patreons. We want you to do more episodes with us, as well as Pat has been basically doing so many fantastic episodes, like and I was just talking about this on Hazma's Den. I went on Hazma's Den this morning. I couldn't help myself. And he was so amazed. He was like, absence of evidence is evidence of absence? How can this be? Yes, sometimes it is.
Yeah.
But sending love and reminding you that you can find him at youtube.com/BiddyBuddha.
We're moving, C-Science. If you stop chatting, then we'll be able to get through this.
And I don't know, clips of the debate, that's a different thing.
I do want to watch Ken's very
review of it.
End. Oh, he is a great cat. I do want to watch his ending spiel, because he just threw so much nonsense out there. It's his shtick. I get it. He likes you to go first so he can go last, so he gets the last word. He's a very experienced debater. I get it.
James, do you have a reasonable explanation of the origin of the animalphilia? I'm not James, but I could answer that. Animalphilia are reactions specifically to plants. There's a reason that if humans and animals were to die right now, plants would go right on along fine. But if plants were to die right now, the other multicellular organisms would be, I think the scientific word is in the ass.
All plant phyla, all animal phyla,
specifically mitochondria, and then photosynthetic cells, plants having 3 genomes, rose phos, and then in reaction, fungi and animals, which are closely related, then arose in reaction, and we have almost separate and divergent ways of eating. So fungi inject their stomach acid onto whatever organism that they're breaking down. Once again, going contrast to plants that are just defensive, and we are the other mechanism offensive. We are what's called conscious creatures. We walk around. As opposed to, once again, plants and fungi, we gather energy and we put it in us, and then our stomach breaks it down. In fact, I would assert that digestion and consciousness kind of go hand in hand, because that is what separates us from a lot of, I mean, it's these are hallmarks of what being an animal are. Thanks for the bedtime story. What were we talking about, Genesis? Were we talking about talking snakes?
Oh, that lovely story about
No.
Abraham having
It
to
makes
try to
sense.
sacrifice
This is
Isaac.
where, James, did you know this is where good and evil came from? We're talking about science here. Good and evil, knowledge. Right
And I
here.
would just say, Adam, I think if you want to, one day we can have a deep dive about the classifications of animals and why it is that how things diversified, when they diversified, and that basically like our classification levels are totally arbitrary. How it works is life is species is an arbitrary concept. Animals are just out there making babies, and things that are close genetically are able to make babies with each. The things that are not close enough are not able to make babies. And we just came along and saw where things were in evolution. We made all these levels and everything. If we had come around a million years later, there'd be like more levels, because everything is just going to keep diversifying out. That's why we use more of like a cladistics model now, where everything is in a, because we realize, well, it's just going to continue to diversify, beyond
Until life no longer exists.
Yeah.
Oh, and so see science films. I have done a lot of DMT. I think next to Joe Rogan, there are few people that have done as much DMT, because my roommate used to be a DMT cook. Nonetheless, no, this is unfortunately just
don't promote
Dale
drug use,
Pastel
so we don't promote
sending
it.
love. Exactly. TOS gods, we would never say that. The asterisk. We love our ads. We are sending love. Also,
That's right, Peter.
to
It happens once in a while.
but also, speaking of elephants, so we have one model which explains how elephants became from single-celled organisms up to multi-celled organisms up to specifically animals, and we have God going poof. Which one sounds more like science?
Now,
Or
I get it that there's no gaps in the God model. It's just God said poof, there was an elephant. There's no questions you can ask, and you can look at our model and say, oh, show me this step. How did this evolve? How did
we have
that
been
evolve?
going first. Please, see science. How did an elephant get here? And is it just there was no elephant and then there was elephant? Is that the model? It was just elephant?
Yeah, magic. It works, right?
It's mysterious. It's super mysterious. It's so mysterious that there are no papers on it.
Well, it's
but see, random chance is something the theists, creationists talk about. That's a buzzword. It is a politically correct buzzword. I once again implore you. I'm going to keep on throwing the ball back in your court. Elephant, please make an elephant. How did God make an elephant? Is there anything beyond the poof model? Do you have anything other than magic? Really? That is what I want to know. Don't keep on, because evolution is going to keep on being used in the labs. It will be used day in, day out tomorrow. No. Don't go on to a multiverse hypothesis, the existence of elephants. Like, isn't it weird? This is what I mean. This is why I think it's
dishonest in their
why it's science versus politics. Why you're more like a politician than a scientist, because you don't answer questions.
They don't care about whether it's true or not.
How do you make an elephant? How do you make any animals? How do you make any organism ever? Like, give me something. Is it just God did it? Because if it's just the book said a thing, God did it, I don't know. Like, help me help you. Get me there. What
Well,
convinces you of? Well, it's not even about God. We're talking science. Like, it's almost two different questions. Like, I want to know a multiverse of the gaps. We are not even talking about the multiverse. Stop going from bio. Like, I love, first of all, you have no idea how happy I am that we are right now in the Marvel multiverse trilogy of things, okay? The multiverse has never been hotter, even though it has existed in both Marvel and DC lore for a long time. Since the golden and silver age of comic books, Marvel has been organizing their universes in numbers. Like it is 616 is the specific Marvel universe, and the comic universe is a different. Even the Marvel and it's this whole thing, and they have been immersed in this for a long time, just because science has been handling it the past 100 deep years. And so I would love to go into that, but I will continuously go back down to biology. Make me a goat. Make me an elephant. Make me something. Stop trying to criticize the wealth of knowledge. And I don't even mean information, because information is, spoiler alert, just the translation of data. Knowledge is when we really actually know what to do with the information. We have been using it over time and actually can put it to use. And I just get me a goat. It's like when I ask to pre-suppers and they try to tell me that I cannot have logic without Christianity. And I'm like, get me to the McDonald's, a burger, outside the McDonald's, and back home using just Christianity. You can't. Like, these are just nonsense things.
well, you
They
can't
ask for
even do one
nothing.
plus one without Christianity, Amy. So I mean,
Ooh, exactly.
because you have to think that the laws of logic are a thing, and it's got to be God that makes them a thing, and God's the lawgiver. And so Adam wants to know why we had the extreme differences at the beginning of life, and that we don't have diversification like
Extreme
that
differences.
anymore. Like when life diversified into fungi, plantimal, and ants, or animals.
Single-celled organisms are highly faceted. It was just that there was only the single-celled race. But it wasn't until it seems that this mutually occurring
Divergence of plants and
yeah, with
animals.
mitochondria, these powerhouses are what allowed us to have big fruiting bodies, and from that came a new arms race. But I mean, there was a lower arms race. There still is an arms race on the micro level. And in fact, in some ways, we are still fighting that microbiological arms race. Our body is still fighting that arms race. It's what you're doing when you fight a virus.
And I would just say that, like when you're looking at the evolutionary tree of life, as you look at things that are further away from each other, that's where you're really going to see the differences add up. But
And
if
can
you're
I?
looking all, yeah,
Oh
go
no,
ahead.
sorry. And I don't. And this is your show. I'm so sorry. Or this is your night. I'm so
Sorry,
sorry. I'm getting so, because I do. I
worked up.
really do feel that it's because it's political. It has this air of dishonesty. Not the leaders of it, not the lay people, but I'll ask, and I know I will say Adam Lohr. He is 100% an atheist, a non-believer. I welcome him, and I love him in the community. But I am sending the ball back to you, Adam. I want to know. Make me a goat. How do you believe that a whale came to be? Like, was it always a whale? Was there anything before the whale? Like,
I
how do you
yeah.
think it came to be?
I think he believes in evolution. I think he just questions maybe some of the
And
mechanisms
you're
or
right. I have heard
ideas
him
about
say
it,
that
but
before. But see, this is the problem, is that evolution has given us actual explanations. I mean, at this point, it's taught in middle school biology. Like, it's not like abiogenesis. This is not the frontier. Evolution is a fact. We use the word theory just because a theory is a framework of facts. But generally speaking, you then take it, then becomes a fact, and you use it in an axiom of continuously trying to find out
But
more.
we leave it open to
I
incorporating
believe
new
they're
facts and
closely
data to making the
related
theory
to each source.
better
Okay,
and closer to
so here's the
reality.
problem. I feel like that's a different argument. Okay, like, I mean, at that point, you're just saying, and I'm not even saying you're wrong. I think I do disagree, but because I think that it's actually well known their evolution. Nonetheless,
Well,
you are
evolution.
saying evolution happened. You're saying I disagree with how this one answer. I think the line happened somewhere else.
But I
And
think
so
whale
then, Adam,
evolution is one of the more well
then I don't have
documented
a problem with.
lineages because they live in the water and they're more apt to fossilization.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem that I have, and it then puts you aside. But then I want to still. I don't know what else to say. I would like a creationist. I would like someone who doesn't believe in evolution at all to tell me what their model is. It is like the flat earthers, and I know that is like this big insult. But I've never. Me existing as a transgender almost insults a TERF as much as me calling them a TERF. I don't understand why the labels sometimes. If you're a TERF, own it. If you're a FLERF, own it. And let me tell you, a young Earth creationist is a religious position. Own it. It's not.
I think maybe there's Adam, just a little element of maybe contrarianism, like just wanting to find a problem with the model rather than wanting to understand it, maybe.
Or the haters. Shake it off. Once again, the philosopher Taylor Swift, I will say, a lot of wise words out there. I love Tay-Tay. Never sending hate. But we are also sending love to Dino, reminding us that the Abrahamic religions are flat earth text. They are.
And their views of biology are akin to the flat earthers' view of geography.
They can't answer me anything. They won't tell me how a goat is made. They won't tell me how a solar system, how a star. If a young Earth creationist could explain star cosmology, and not just God did it. God did it. Cool, bro. Cool story. How? Yeah. How did God do it? We know how. Yeah. We offer explanations.
And they just want to come and try to poke holes. I don't see how gravity could do that. This law, that law, this law, that law, that they don't really understand. I mean, most YEC, they don't really go after things like star formation or the solar system. But Kent was taught from a ultra-conservative literalist preacher that, well, the Bible says he made the stars also, so therefore God made the stars. Stars didn't make themselves. Mm-hmm. It wasn't gravity that made the stars by pulling the gases together. Answer. God made the stars.
And your answer, all I have seen is empty speculation and cowardly brawking. Sending love, Fred Smith. I don't know if that's for atheists or theists out there, but we're sending love to everybody out there. Randolph Richardson says stars. Did Amy Newman just say stars? They were stars today in the live chat at the end of the debate on Standing for Truth's YouTube channel. James W. and Kurt Hopper.
Thanks, Randolph.
Thank you, Randolph Richardson, the godfather of atheism. That's right. The godfather.
Yeah, that's right, Bird. We're not saying things came from nothing, and that we kind of beat that to death last week.
Nothing is a creationist term.
I don't know what a nothing is. I've never seen a nothing. I don't know that a nothing is possible. Yeah. We're saying we don't exactly know where everything, and that's okay. That's okay. We're not saying we have all the answers. We're just saying we have good models for the things that we believe in, and
So,
your answers suck.
God, teach me to pray your word. If cell runs out of ATP for a couple of minutes, it is dead forever. How the mythical, quote unquote. It's again, I just love any taking pot shots of myth. We're just a fan of. First cell start before ATP, and how did it learn to make APT before it died? So the environment was actually suitable for life to be consistently arising. There was carbon. There was liquid water. We were in the habitable zone
It was much
around the
simpler life.
start. I once again would like to know, are you saying God made the first cell? How? How did God make this cell? Please explain. Once again, we actually have models. So evolution explains everything once life begins. It is a force once life begins and will happen until there is no more life. Evolution will continually happen. I don't know what else to say.
Well,
We're sending love.
I believe in eternal things. That there could be eternal things, but energy and God. But wait a minute, is God energy, or did energy create God? Is God just a property of the universe? Is God a Boltzmann's brain that just poofed into existence randomly and then learned how to manipulate matter and energy? I mean, even Ken Hovind can't explain where God came from, but you want us to explain
Well,
the
it's
origin
funny.
of everything to you.
If we ask, they'll basically say, well, where did the universe come from? And we'll say, well, that question may not make sense. It may be that there was the beginning of time. It was that time goes on forever, but there was, no before. And
We
they're
just
like, that is
we don't have a
stupid.
good answer
That
right
is
now.
stupid. You can't even say that. And then we're like, well, where did God come from? And the response
You
is
can't ask
normally,
that.
you
You
can't
can't
ask
ask that
that.
question.
That's stupid. Why would that even be a thing? That's the whole. It may be eternal, and then isn't that what
It,
we were just saying?
it,
I guess okay.
they have their special pleadings ready that we can't ask them the questions they're asking of us.
Also, sending love to Scott Duke, woo-woo, reminding us that they look down on other animals. They always do this faint, oh, how dare you compare me to another animal? Well, of course, if you can think that you are a monkey, well, then you will do monkey things. Of course, looking down on other
No,
animals.
before Ralph. I don't know if there's eternal things that I think at some level there probably would have always had to be something. Now, my take on that is that wouldn't it be more likely that something would be less complicated, like very simple, than something highly complicated, very complex, like a god, like a mind, like a consciousness that we've never seen without a physical body. But you're saying, oh, but there's this one thing that's conscious. Well, it's actually three people in one, but he's also three, but he really is just one. And he really made everything. I'm saying maybe it was energy that always existed. Maybe it was space. Maybe it's a quantum vacuum state. But I'm not a theoretical physicist, so we're just speculating, but I don't think you have good evidence that
I
is
would
God.
also say God is very simple because it doesn't exist.
There you go.
Here's my tip of the fedora for the next 10 minutes.
They can't tell
Thank
us
you
where
so
God
much,
came from,
Scott,
but we
dude.
can. We can tell you exactly where God came
That's
from.
true. Or as Regis we will point out, comes right from here. This is where God comes from, right inside here.
Oh, no.
So reminding us that we have a skeptic Bible study where we gently roast the Bible, the King James Version, with our skeptic sanitation
Gently.
side.
Sweetly and gently and in atheistic love.
That's right. We try to make it as sinful as possible. We do admit.
So we can absorb
But
all
also,
that wisdom that's in there, all that
that's right.
wisdom and holiness.
Randolph says props for
Yeah,
all those
Randolph's
props.
on his game.
Randolph says puns, and Beamsy says it's so squishy. It's true. So squishy.
Is it a squishy hell? I've never seen you squeeze it.
Yeah,
The skull?
it's a squishy skull. Tiki, tiki,
I-
tiki, tiki. It's a stuffy.
Okay.
Because
So
I like.
you could bash it in, like with your baseball bat of kindness, and
That's true. I could. Boom.
it would pop back out.
Hung, hung.
Like the skulls in
interface
hell when the
couple.
demons beat
Oh,
you,
that too.
throw you up against the wall and crush your skull, but you don't die, so I guess it pops back out so you can be
Over and
tortured
over.
further
That's right.
by a loving God.
Speaking of which, sending love. Thank you, Regis, and thank you to Rachel Holland. Woo! The fantastic,
Randolph's got a fan out
and
there.
lovely. I can sending love, Randolph. And
Sending love,
also
little PP.
sending love to Rachel, who reminds us that God would never endorse slavery, would it? James. Slavery, really? The objectively good Bible?
I mean, we have
could it?
objective morality from God. That's how we know what's right and wrong, Amy. Otherwise,
Right. How else do we know? We'd be going around killing everybody for religious holy wars.
You could be.
Randolph Richardson has one of those safety skulls that don't break when they hit the road at high speed or even when smashed by baseball. Oh, that's I read. Yes, exactly. Baseball bats of kindness. But keep on sending those comments, questions, and one-liners in to James W. and myself at Amy Newman. And also sending love to Sandra Kingo, who reminds us that the separation of church and state is so important. In fact, well, it's gonna definitely not be your theistic group in charge. So why don't you just separate it out now?
Out of the 40,000 denominations, even if it's Christianity, it probably won't be your version of it.
And secularism isn't atheism. It's neutral. It protects non-belief and belief. Believe it or not. That's right. What is up? The one and only, like we say, our head mod. The atheist
every
of the
month.
Tighten your anus.
But wasn't he the atheist of the month last month and the month before and the month before that?
And he consistently, like I said, ties with stupid.
Going back to the plank time?
As I just names that I like to say out loud and on over microphone.
What about Harry? Your good buddy.
And Harry Penis. These are
Praise
just
God.
fantastic. Yeah. It's true. And I haven't been getting good results lately with the scammers with my Sarah Loves Dick. She has not been getting as much as report. Though I still have to say, and I wish I had it recorded, I've just had some fantastic. I had a guy tell me he was from the Taliban. I was like, okay, dude. Sure. The Taliban.
Pseudonym. He triggered Kent with a question today. He asked Kent a really good question. Yeah. Mark asked a good question too about ERVs, and Kent just basically gave the Kent Hovind talking points on that one.
You know I'm getting super serial. The gloves are off. What is up, Nemodis?
She's stripping down, guys. She's stripping down.
Thank you, Watch. That's right, baby. But yes.
Oh, thanks, Ralph. I appreciate it.
Woo! Send in love, little PP. And sending love to the queen of production. We saw her out there earlier. Sending love to Jenna. Woo! Hashtag Tangang, yo.
Thanks, Jenna.
For the support. YouTube.com/The Atheist Network Group. Still sending love out there. And sending love, that's right, to James Wolf, who reminds us that we are definitely midnight ranting tonight. We cannot help ourselves. When the moon comes out, I become Carrot Top. Okay? These things happen. I don't know what to tell you.
Even when the moon's not out, she still becomes a carrot top.
Ooh. And last but certainly not least, it just came in. I have to plug it. You can't see it. But back here, I have a lovely new galaxy decoration. And I think I'm going to be moving this. I'll be shifting this to the side because I'm always blocking it. You think the center. I should have known from just my my photography classes that you should be putting it on the angle. So I think I'm going to be adjusting. But sending love to the galaxy and reminding all of you out there that creationists have no explanation for why galaxies exist, why stars exist. They cannot answer any questions. There is no scientific question, not a single one.
Ralph is stealing your pun.
Oh my, he thinks he's very punny?
Ralph does. He thinks he's very punny.
Well, yes, I would like to send love
out there in Berlin.
To
I'm
all
Berliner.
Hey, we love no matter if you are what state you're from, what country you're from.
Yeah, we've got watchers all over the world. It's amazing.
Indeed an alien from another galaxy.
Oh, I'm sure they're watching, or they'll watch when the speed of light gets the broadcast.
I forget which comedian said, aliens may have visited, but they looked over all of human culture and decided that there was no intelligent life on Earth.
Well, what has it been like since 2004 or 5 when Bruno Mars first became a thing and they started getting those songs? And then 2013, I believe, when Uptown Funk came out. And yeah, at that point, they just cut ties. And that's why UFO sightings have been down by like 90% since then. He chased them out.
Damn it, Bruno Mars.
Yeah.
No, we love
they know that we are not ready for what they've got.
And all right, before we open up,
they made it past Psy and Gangnam Style. They were okay with that one, but Bruno, yeah.
But yes, before we open up, and I will send the
Tangelo G, welcome back.
What is up, Tangelo? Atheists can't explain how life came from non-life. I actually think we have a decent explanation
than you guys
from the natural position, and I would say that not only can theist not offer, because God is not an explanation. If you say God, always attached with it, it must be how did God do it? Life had to have come from non-life. Atheists and theists both believe this because we think that it naturally arose, and I assume you think it came from a non-natural intelligence that took some form of non-life, clay, dirt, something, and made it into life. Thus, I want to know how. We both think it came from non-life. How? And we're about to let
naturalistic model.
You
think it's a magical model. Naturalism seems to have worked out much better as an explanatory tool than magic.
The serpent in Genesis was actually a xenomorph from the Aliens movie. Makes sense.
Well, yeah, that would explain a lot.
And what is up, Pat? And all right.
Shane Billowitz.
I do want to make one last quick announcement because I can't help myself. Before that, I will hopefully be getting pictures, and I'll post something in the community tab and something. But this Sunday,
as in the day after tomorrow?
Yes, the day after tomorrow, I will be graduating from Wilmington University, the largest city in Delaware.
It's like one of the
With
only cities in Delaware.
no, what's
Uh,
funny?
Bigger
Delaware
than
is
we think.
actually, well, it's very dense. So even though it's small, Dover is the capital. There is, even though Wilmington is the largest, there is Newark and Newcastle and Bear. And weirdly enough, all these places are very filled with people. But yes,
She doxes herself all the time.
I know. Well, the crazy thing, I think there's two ways to live on the internet, and that is you either give no information or all information. I'm just like, I'm out there. I learned jujitsu and I carry pepper spray with me. But I love everybody. I swear the joke actually is that I swear big buff dudes in real life are sometimes scared of me just because I give off like too happy vibes. Like when I'm on the train and there's like these very big, and I'm just like, how are you? Yes, let's talk. And they're just like, that's cool, lady. You do you. You know, you're on that side.
I think you have to worry more about Amy Newman sneaking up behind you than the other way around.
But yes, I am graduating for my Master's of Information Systems.
She is a
Master's
master
of
debater.
Science of Information Systems. So woohoo!
As well as
And
being a
then,
master debater.
well, and a master, and then I have to, because of how this sounds. I know this is sad, but you are not technically allowed to get a dual masters. You're not allowed to take the way they slot it. You're only full time is actually just taking 2 classes at a time, and yet I once I've declared, I can then redeclare for my Masters of Education of Applied Technology the next semester. So I am excited.
She is never going to be out of school, guys. She is going to be a
I know.
professional student.
I
She'll
became
be,
addicted. I
yeah, she's
was once
addicted to
again,
learning.
no joke. I was sped. They didn't know what to do with me when I was in middle school and high school because I would just raise my hand. They'd be like, "What?" And they'd be like, "What the hell?" And I'd be like, "I need to go to the bathroom." And they'd be like, "Okay." And I'd whoop, and I'd go to the library, and I would be gone. And I'd just play video games or do whatever I wanted for hours. And so they're like, we have no idea what to do with this person. And eventually, after, and it's funny, some of the stuff they teach you in SPED, I'm realizing is actually really good. Like listing your goals and all this is like, turns out like is actually very useful. Nonetheless, it didn't take me until college, like I'm almost basically dropping out of the one for-profit school and eventually finding my way to a non-profit school. No hate on for-profit schools. I'm sure they're out there, but both
Most of them are scams. So. Well, a
but
lot of them are
both,
scams.
yeah, both private and private, or both public and private. You can have a private just as long as they're non-profit is generally and accredited.
Amy likes her a market, but
yeah, I like a market, but no, that's
we'll get her.
Your mission statement should be towards students, not profit. You need to pay the bills, but it should be teaching. It should be nonetheless sending love. And all right,
University.
we really are about to open it up to the open mic.
But congrats on the degree, Amy. It took a lot of work, but
it is just now starting to set in. Like I've had people that they're like, we're more excited than you are, but it's now I feel like just starting to hit me in the face. I'm normally very
just starting
shy
to hit you in the face. That's something that you probably don't say very often.
Oh, so I only get to say that on weekends. But yeah, well, sometimes I feel shy about it because I think you can I don't want to over flex. I feel like sometimes I feel like the more you learn, the more you really want to make sure you stick to your own domain. So, that's why we love Jason, James, Pat, trying to think of. We really do have Beamsy. A bunch of actual academics out there. I think
People with
Mark Reed.
advanced
Mark Reed
degrees.
is a computer science. That's
Yes, yeah.
a bunch of people who actually have expertise in things that they are trained to do. But yes, with that being said, and sponsored by a sugar water. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but
A book said a thing.
well, I was gonna say yes, that too, but electrolytes. It has what plants crave.
Klondike.
Evolution on trial. Only in creationist circles. That is to say, deeply religious communities. Nowhere in science is there a skepticism of evolution, since it is the backbone of modern biology. New species evolve each and every day. Since evolution, like gravity, is a force of nature, happening wherever life is present. Natural selection is acting upon living organisms as they mate in large populations. This happens both naturally and within artificial form. We see this with Darwin's finches as they slowly diversify from island to island, and with dogs as we twist their appearance or traits to match our needs. There is a mound of empirical data from the fossil record showing a clear lineage of species, from simple to more complex. In the layer of strata, we would expect. We also see genetic similarities towards other animals that have physical similarities to us, down to the fact that we share DNA with every living organism on Earth. So when I hear evolution on trial, what we normally get are a bunch of buzzwords. Nothing. Chance. And our grandpas being rocks are all things that apparently young Earth creationists love talking about. Though you know what they don't want to do? Put forth their own model. Evolution offers usable explanations that make predictions in the real world. The God model, or what I call the poof model of existence and the diversity of life, is non-existent. Much like their God. So, until the time that creationists or intelligent design proponents or whatever PR term they have this week should stop attacking proven science and start getting their ass into the lab.
Shit got
Thank
real.
you. Get real. And all right, with that, and I will send the link into chat while we're handed over to our real headliner of the night.
Hey, Oz. Good to
Oz
see you,
says,
man.
hashtag Jesus is still a fucking myth until you have convincing evidence to demonstrate otherwise. Until then, you have wishes and hopes that this dumb ass existed. Carry
Taking
on.
the gloves off.
Hashtag and yo Oz, I just want to. There is, as I said, we have something coming up. Uh, hashtag is a myth. We basically have an emoji. We just created a bunch of stereotypes and straw men that we normally have. And they just came out so well. They came out so well.
Happy accident.
Look at the trees.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's an amazing argument. But yes, sending love to Oz, our brother from another out there, and hashtag Jesus is a myth. Hashtag prophets aren't real. But yeah, we're sending the link out there to queue up everyone, whether you agree or disagree. But James W.
Oh boy.
Oh my, I want to
Oh boy.
know, what do you think? Are we evolving into a good time as evolution got put into the hot seat?
Yeah, it was a fun debate. I had fun tonight. I want to thank Kent. I think he behaved himself tonight. But no. In all seriousness, I think it was a good discussion. He's a good debater. He knows what he's doing. He's going to get his jabs in there. He's got his script down. But yeah, I think the evidence for evolution is overwhelming. I think, unfortunately, that Kent and people like him, what they're basically trying to do is get people not to connect dots, not to make logical inferences and reasonable assumptions, not to basically connect the dots. And they just want to obfuscate and confuse people, tell them what evolution doesn't say, and yeah, basically refute it without really refuting it. And it is effective at those who desperately don't want to believe it. But I think for those with an open mind who actually really just care about the truth and really just want to know how shit works, I think it's obvious that life has evolved over time and life continues to evolve. Mutations happen, that's a fact. And there is no mechanism that that will stop mutations from having a change or an effect on the organism. They admit mutations are going to keep happening, but at some point the organism will not change. It will stay the same when it's reached the arbitrary limit of a created kind. And that is a silly claim. They have no evidence for it. He just throws things out like Texas-sized pig, or a pig the size of a flea, and silly things like that, rather than addressing the actual argument that will animals keep changing to be able to survive a little bit better. And they like to throw out that evolution's a religion of death and things like that. And like I said, everything's going to die. We're all going to die. No one's going to live forever. Evolution is about just making the next generation, the next level of life, just a little bit more able to survive on the earth. That's it. That's all it says. It's really, you can keep your religion if you want it. You don't have to take the atheistic model, even though I think it's the most reasonable, logical model. But you don't have to take it that far. You're more than able to keep right on trucking with your religion, and also take evolution for what it is. And yeah, but anyhow, we'll open it up, and we will get people in here, and we will start hearing from people. Let's see. Big Screen Bird is in here. Amy stepped away for a moment, but I'll grab Bird in here. What's up, Bird?
Yo.
How you doing? Did you get to see the debate?
I saw about 45 minutes of it. I thought you did well. My only critique would be I wish you would push back a lot harder on him. And I know I'm not like a debate expert or anything, but that would be my only critique, would be maybe to push him to go a little further into his ideas, because most people only accept what he says and won't push.
No, you're right. You're right. That's a valid critique. I probably do handle him maybe
too soft. I think a lot of people do, because he is good at talking his bullshit. I mean, he's good at it. He's done it for 30 years and he knows how to do it. You know, like, I get it, and I'm not. That's really it. Everything I heard was pretty good. Yeah. So
that's what I've heard from other people. Like I got a comment that because he's claimed he had the fossilized pickle in the refrigerator and that it fossilized, and I asked him, like, where do the minerals come from in the refrigerator, Kent? And of course he didn't have, because he says he knows that fossilization is where minerals literally replace the organic material. What was there before turns into minerals because minerals replace the molecules.
Right.
How did that happen in a refrigerator? And of course, he doesn't have an answer for that.
Right.
He knows it takes a long time. He knows it's not fossilized. He just wants to use it as an example to try to say that fossilization can happen at any time. It can happen in an instant.
Yeah.
And it's a silly argument, but yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, I think you did well.
Thanks.
Yeah, just here to call people.
Did you get to see the first debate I did with him?
Yeah, I watched that whole thing, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's all right.
I felt like I came out swinging more in my first debate. Like, I was more angry. Whereas, like, I guess I got some of my more anger out. Maybe this time I was a little more laid back, but
yeah, maybe
if we meet again, I'll try to channel that rage, that just wanting to just nail this bullshit that he preaches, that the ignorance, that he's a peddler of ignorance, and
but
he wants people.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say,
he wants people not to connect the dots. He wants people not to understand a fundamental truth of reality. And Ralph is right. He is a good orator. He's been doing this for a long time.
Yeah,
he knows what he's doing, and he is a gifted speaker. I told you he could be a good speaker. He could be a motivational speaker. He could be a comedian, which I think Amy thinks is his true calling.
Yeah, no, I think he should go on the dad tour, because that's what I think he really wants to do instead of doing this.
Really, Ralph?
One shout out.
Ralph finds out about a lot of Christians that we review, and
I want to say, Ralph, if there was, a mission statement of this channel, it's to connect Christians to Christians. We're like Christian Mingle.
We'll just pick out a random Christian video, and Ralph's like, I just subbed to them. I like these guys. We're like, okay, Ralph.
Speaking of which, so thank you so much, Bird. We're going to go get 3 more people on and then go into open conversation. Woohoo!
Oh, shout out to you, Amy. Good job on your degree there.
Oh, thank you so very much.
Yep.
It is surreal, but it is, I'm excited. And all right, let's. I'm excited for our next guest.
I'm sure you are, Amy.
Otangelo, what is up? We are having fun. We're giving intros before we go to open discussion, and we are also midnight ranting on Evolution on Trial. How are you? What's your thoughts?
Well, Amy, I just wanted to join to tell James that he shouldn't put pickles, especially not his pickle, in the refrigerator, because it lowers your sperm count, and then you can't make life from non-life.
Oh, I had never thought about that before.
See, that's what you should think about.
You're a real asshole. I love it. Oh man.
Hello, everyone.
What is
Peter.
up, Peter?
So, yeah, let's get back to normal. Or we could go. We are going to have a debate with Amy soon, but Amy's not logical or probable or plausible.
Literally, not logical.
Literally. Yeah.
Well, so I watched the debate and I did think of putting things in the chat, but I just refrained because it's standing for truth and he's in the chat, so I'm really hoping that he's going to get in here because there's one thing I want to run past him because
He's in the back.
He's in the back. Oh, great. I'll get my chance. Hi, Donnie. So no, I one of the topics was if I recall the common ancestor of the manatee and the hippo, and then there was another thing. Funny enough, we covered both of those during our last session on the history of everything on Jackson Wheat's channel. So if you want to have your answer there, then you can actually, you can actually go there. And we also touched on elephants. And so it's kind of weird, isn't it, that before the flood, there were lots of different elephants with tusks in the lower jaw, for instance. Those didn't get to go on the ark, though, but apparently mammoths did. So it's kind of weird. God wanted one of every kind on the ark, and then some of the elephants were of the elephant kind, and others weren't, because obviously the mammoth wasn't of the elephant kind. He became of the elephant kind later. It's so confusing. I mean,
the common manatee, Sirenia canis.
Oh, the humanity.
We shouldn't talk about Brett Keane when he's not here. So,
please not.
No. So, sorry. But yeah, I mean, it's every single time you see a Kent Hovind debate, it's literally the same things. And when he brought up his fossilized hat, when he knows very well
he can't even do that one with a straight face.
Yeah, that's not a fossilized hat. He knows how that forms. He has mentioned, and I forgot the name of the well, where people can hang things on the well and they will get
mineral accretions.
Yeah, they will get secreted and they will look like they're stone, but they're not. It's blatant lying, and I'm still wondering what the little baby Jesus will say when it's Kent's time and he's there for Judgment Day. I mean, he's going to spend an eternity with all the atheists. I'm not sure if that's what he wants. Although
lying for Jesus.
Although imagine the debates, you'll have endless debates, and for eternity.
At that point, they'll be like, "Hey, but I was right about God."
Yeah, well, you were right, but apparently he doesn't love you, so you were wrong about something. Well, yeah, okay. Let's get to the other guests.
Thank you so very much,
Peter.
Peter. And thank you for the role play. And all right.
I love to have a role play. You know that I would really like to have a role play with you someday.
Oh my!
That'll cost extra.
I was gonna say, and all right, we got Beamsy, Mark, Leo, and Donnie. We are moving right along, so we can go into open convo. But we're going into our intros. Beamsy, what is up? We are Midnight Ranting on Evolution on Trial. Hope you are doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, the subject? What are your thoughts?
I just wish the aspect of people can separate the real world from the supernatural, because the idea of the surreal natural is just something we'll never be able to understand in our current situation.
Sweet.
Well, thank you so very much, BMC. And stay around for the open conversation.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make it quick.
Woo,
That's what she said.
Nice
thank
work,
you.
Wiki.
Exactly what she said, or he. Mark Reed.
Oh, there he is.
We are Midnight Ranting on Evolution
Hey.
on Trial. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic?
Just before I start, Peter's Otangelo impression is getting
good.
better and better.
So
It
good.
really is.
Well,
Your English is too good. You've got to.
You say that, but you can't spell that in the side chat.
I can't. Yeah, no, I can't. I certainly can't. James was great. You're fantastic, mate. I got to kind of agree that you probably didn't push back on Kent's bullshit. Like, I mean, it's really hard to see him sit there and go one topic at a time when he brings up all these
35.
different things. Like he goes to God and he goes to these other subjects kind of thing. And then he sort of says, well, only one topic at a time. It's like, yeah, but you bring up stuff as well. Like I find it very, very frustrating because you sort of want to go, well, you brought up the whole religion thing as well as adding on different stuff. You brought up,
He started with it. He used his opener.
Exactly. And he sort of came up with this thing of, atheists believe, something came from a rock, which came from nothing kind of thing. It's like, hold on, you've just brought up the origin of life, not evolution, which only deals with the diversification of life. I really think that going into a debate, you should pin down Kent to biological evolution because he uses stellar evolution, cosmological evolution. He uses them all interchangeably and mixes and matches them when he wants to. He conflates them. He pins you in with them. It's a really nasty, bordering on dishonest, I would say, thing to do. So some of the things that bewildered me, like your manatee thing was actually really good. They do have fingernails. They're rounded fingernails, then sort of, I don't think they're used for digging that much. They're mostly used for scratching, but also some manatees don't have fingernails. And
some manatees don't have them at all, and they do okay without them.
Right. And dugongs, I think, don't have fingernails either. I think it's dugongs. They're very similar to manatees, but they're a slightly different species. And I know that they exist in Australia, dugongs, very similar, but they don't have fingernails.
I have seen them. Yeah, they are very similar.
So yeah, it's kind of, it depends on whether fingernails are advantageous to that creature or not, which again comes back to evolution. The ones that have fingernails are the ones that kept them, but they're rounded and they're certainly not something you would expect.
They're vestiges, yeah.
They're and the thing when you're talking about vestigial body parts, but sort of people will go, but they still use them. Yeah, that's not vestigial. Doesn't mean they're useless. It means that they're used for a different purpose than what they already had. And I was talking earlier with someone in chat who keeps going on about irreducible complexity. He doesn't call it that, but he's basically saying that.
Yeah.
Like, how did these organs come about if they just, keep the animal alive, for instance? Like, yeah, they were built up over more primitive and simpler systems to what they are today. And this was a part of the trial. I believe it was Kitzmiller versus Dover that threw out creation, teaching intelligence.
It's not scientific. It's not science. Yeah,
it's not science, and the whole point is that these vestigial things can be used for something else and still be vestigial. So the fact that dugongs use them for scratching or whatever, or even digging if they do, doesn't mean that they're not vestigial. They were used for another purpose earlier in their development. And this is what they can't seem to wrap their heads around for whatever reason. I don't know why. And just lastly, to just talk about something that happened to me and just outline just how dishonest some theists, I won't lump everybody in. I was pestered in the chat while the debate was on quite vehemently by a guy called Sea Science.
Yeah.
Who I had to ask him, like he kept going on about Mount Sinai and apparently they found it, and I've sort of pointed out, they
the Ron Wyatt arguments
a dozen times, and it's always been, proven to be not. Anyway, I said, look, I want to watch the debate, leave me alone. Now I come into this chat, and this guy actually had the audacity to type into chat before I got here, Reed was bothering me during the debate, so I couldn't watch all of it. When I had to ask him like at least half a dozen times to stop like addressing me because I'm trying to watch the debate. That's the kind of dishonesty that we're dealing with here. That he pesters me over and over and over until I have to ask him to stop. And then he says, hey, you were bugging me. Seriously?
Mark, I found an easy way out. Just ask him to post a link of one of the claims that he made. I asked him to post a link because he was claiming that, atheists claim that everything came from nothing. And I asked him to post a link. Guess what? Nothing. Silence.
Well, yeah.
Oh, you actually found a nothing.
They're in the back chat.
We found the nothing. We found the nothing. Anyway, no, I just block people like that. Someone that's dishonest is not... is just, I just block them because seriously, if you're going to sit there while I'm not there and claim this utter crap, and then when I come in, basically just laugh and basically make it like you didn't lie, like that somehow I'm misremembered and gaslight people, well, you're not worth talking to, quite frankly. That's just shocking.
They're in the back chat, Mark.
Yeah,
right?
Mark.
They're in the back.
I don't think Mark's going to talk to him.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll say it to his face if he wants to come on. Come on.
We're going down the line. Thank you.
But anyway, thank you, James. You were fantastic.
Thanks,
I
Mark.
did love the way you handled it. It's the usual stuff.
I loved your question on ERVs. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I mean, I don't think he even kind of answered it. He just went off on a tangent somewhere else. Like I don't know.
No,
I didn't see.
They're designed. God did it. They're part of the design.
Well, a weird way to design something to make it look like,
a virus.
We have these insertions by a virus in the same places as other things. I mean, if that's intentional, well, can you blame anybody for thinking that evolution is real? If a deity is going to go to that length to fool us, then why should anyone be blamed for thinking that evolution is real? That's insane. It would be going to the most ridiculous lengths to convince us that this thing happened.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much.
He's just testing our faith.
It's all a test. That's right.
Yeah, I believe stuff that had evidence and rationality behind me. What an idiot I am. Yeah.
And Mark, the trial you were thinking was Edwards as Aguilera, which is the one that actually forbid the teaching of creationism. Kitzmiller versus Dover was more about the distribution and the way that they were trying to get specific speech being introduced into the science class.
I think it was Kitzmiller versus Dover that I was thinking of.
He was talking about that one. But
well, they discussed in length irreducible complexity in that one. I think Beatty was the one that testified.
He was called, yeah.
Yeah, he was called as the sort of witness for the creation.
Expert witness.
Yeah, it was pretty well beat down by the science side of things.
Ken Miller tore him a new asshole, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that's the one. But I could be wrong. I do admit.
No. It was judge. It was Ken Miller, and they were talking about the molecular flagellum and how it couldn't have evolved. And then Ken Miller brought several papers and several books on the topic, and every single time he brought one up, and he made a pile one by one. Have you read this? No. Have you read this one? No. Have you read this paper? No. Oh, how about books? Have you read this book? And he had a pile, I think a couple of feet high, of material on just that specific topic, and he had read nothing and just claimed that it couldn't have evolved.
It was actually on the vertebrate immune system.
Well, the flagellum was the one I remember, and that was used for another purpose. And then it shifted to the purpose that it used for, but it was still vestigial because it was used for, oh God, I can't remember, movement, and then it changed to something else. But
no, it was an injector. Then it became used for movement.
That's right. Yeah. Then it moved to movement. You're right.
And so, guys, we only got 2 more people, so we're gonna get them in, and then Mark, your last sentence, and then we're getting, if you have anything else, or
well done, James. James wins again. I mean, this was just a repeat of the last one. Absolutely.
Woohoo! Sending love, Mark. Great to have you here. And I saw you in the debate. You were going back and forth.
Yeah. I was certainly throwing my 2 cents in.
Woohoo!
I won't.
Newman, focus.
And all right. Leo Felius, what is up? I hope you are having fun tonight. We are Midnight Ranting on Evolution on Trial. I am looking forward not only to our debate, but I want to know right now, what do you think? Evolution? Is it been debunked tonight?
Leo is so smart.
The thing with the whole discussion about evolution versus creationism that I think is lost on a lot of people is that we don't even need to talk about the physical facts to know that evolution is true as lay people. I'm going to make a statement and then I'm going to qualify it because people are going to think I'm saying something that I'm not. Technically speaking, and I mean that in the technical sense, when I say technically speaking, none of us here is qualified to talk about evolution. Now, that's not to say that you don't have a right to, or that you can't, or that you're not educated on it, or that you don't know anything about it, or that you're not correct with almost everything that you say with respect to the field. What it means is that you do not possess the formal qualifications to be considered an authority on the subject. That's probably how I should have worded it initially, but that's what I mean there. Over the last 150 years or thereabouts, practically, and I want to put emphasis on that word, practically every professional and publishing scientist or researcher in all fields related to biology, which go from genetics all the way to agronomy, utilize the evolutionary paradigm. It's the reasons that we have the medical technology that we have and the agronomic technology that we have. So when you consider these things, they already drastically reduce the probability of the falsity of evolutionary theory. So I don't need to talk about any of the facts. I don't need to get into any of these talks about models. I can just point this out and then ask the creationist, give me something that increases the probability of the truth of creationism over that of evolutionary theory, and then I will watch them flounder in their attempts to do that.
Yep.
Yeah, they got no model. They're just like
Leo,
flat earthers.
But Leo, are you qualified to speak on the matter whether or not the universe is expanding into God?
No, I am not qualified formally to speak on the matter.
No, well, it is. I watched that debate. You clearly lost that because obviously the universe is expanding into God.
Yeah, I
for
mean,
people who don't know what I'm talking about, watch Leo's latest premiere.
Peter, biblically, we know the universe, all of the infinite structure of matter is expanding into God.
That's pretty good.
On Mark's famous opponent.
Yeah, that's a good interpretation. I love that. I love that debate.
Biblically speaking.
So
Also, I did want to say quickly that I'm not fully up to speed. I've been down the last like 4 days. I couldn't tell you the last time in my life I would been down for that long. Didn't have a fever, wasn't puking, but other than specifically those two, there were some flu-like symptoms. So I am going to be keeping my camera off just because I probably don't look the greatest. So I don't expect to see me on camera in this particular installment of Midnight Ranting.
Yeah, we're sending you not hopes and prayers, just well wishes, science, and your own body doing an awesome time. Yeah, and some good sleep. But we're welcome. Happy to have you here, Leo. I'm going to keep on sending it out that Leo, myself, are going to be debating Maddox and Taylor.
Oh, God.
This Monday
Right, Bird.
on Modern Day Debate. So check that out. And yeah, Leo, thank you for joining. We're about to get two opposition viewpoints. We'll see. Who knows?
You love it, Bird. You love it. You love it.
Leo, how many?
How's my daughter's getting old
I'm
football?
gonna make this bet right now.
Yeah, like I saw her last night, and I was having a conversation with her, and it was very fascinating to me how, like, I was talking to her about some different things, like that's going on in politics and whatnot, and immediately my 11-year-old daughter was being able to recognize the stupidity of what I was saying. How illogical it was.
I think a lot of people
immediately being able to come back with counters.
Thank you, John. We always like hearing different viewpoints here.
Don't let her around Josh.
We also
keep her well away from him.
I think it was a Bird.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm making a bet right now that Leo's gonna say, "LPP, I have no idea what you're talking about," at least 20 times.
Or I don't know what that means.
It's going to be more than 20 times because he uses big words and sentences where they don't belong, and it means nothing. It means nothing.
It's English.
I don't know what that means.
I want to make a bet
exactly.
And I'm going to
have you listened to me at least 20 times. Did you even?
I'm going to add to that at least 15 times. That's not relevant to the argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no, that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to make a statement, and I'm just going to say, that. What the fuck does that have to do? How does that bear on anything that I said?
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to go well.
I'm excited for
Donnie in here, though.
Let's literally. I only want to use that a few times per stream, but literally.
We got to put you on a limit on that now.
Exactly. Controls the universe. So there's my double limit. We are going to get both Donnie and Friendly Muslim in. I also feel bad. I just want to say we on our straight open mics, we don't give any priority to atheist or theist in order. It's just first come, first serve. On our talk skeptic show. We actually give priority to theists because we want them.
Did C-Signs run away, Amy?
Yeah, he ran away.
Oh, usually just comes into post
He may come back.
Yeah,
I doubt it.
But we'll see. We're going to get two people that will... let's get some more views in here. Thank you so much, Leo. Looking forward to having fun with you on Monday. And... Woohoo! Donnie, standing for truth. What is up? We are Midnight Ranting. We're throwing an after party on the topic on evolution on trial. Hope you are having fun. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, Amy, it's a privilege to be on your after show. It's been a ton of fun to listen to so far. Some of my favorite peeps are here. Most people, I think, have debated Hovind in this room. Most, that is. And James W., you made for another debate to remember. Chapter 2, maybe even better than John Wick Chapter 2. I don't know, but I'm thinking, hey, those are some good movies, and these have been some good debates. I've hosted about 180 now, and I think James, your round one holds a record. We had almost 600 people live in a good number today too. Woo! So great debate. Enjoyed it. I'll probably do like a marathon one day. You know, the Ken Hovind versus James W. marathon, chapters 1 and 2. We'll put them together, premiere them for everybody. So great debate. Time flew by.
It does. It's like we're just getting into it, and Donnie's like, "Oh, time for questions."
Yeah, time's
like,
up.
Really?
Yeah, I know. It's rough, especially with the topics being discussed, the points being brought up. Some of my favorite points to discuss typically are the ones you brought up, James, and usually we agree for these debates, usually about 90 minutes. But you know what? I have failed to keep them to 90 minutes. I think this entire series, we've done about 30 of them now, because 2 hours just goes by so fast. Plus you got the audience Q&A and you got all these solid questions coming in. And when I host debates, I don't like to just do rapid fire Q&A. You know what I mean? I like to get both of your input.
One word answers.
And I find the audience likes that too, because it's like another mini debate, right?
Yeah, who likes like one word or one sentence answers?
LPP does. Next question.
Yeah, no, I like each question, especially a lot of the questions that come in are good, especially if they're really on topic. Then, you know, the Q&A can be like a round 2, you know, within the debate itself. So, and I guess
I have a question for you, Donnie.
Oh boy.
Sure.
Every single time I see Ken
I just want to
Hovind
quote Lord of the Rings for just 1 second. So it begins.
Yeah. Well,
Lord of the Rings, my favorite trilogy. I'm all for it.
Every single time I see Kent on your channel, and something comes up, and that is the layers, the geologic column. Do you agree with Kent on that specific point? Would you say?
What exactly, like which point exactly, that the geological column doesn't represent billions of years?
Yeah,
no. The fact that Kent says they're all the same age, because where did they come from? Outer space? That is one of the things that keeps coming up.
Right. That's his approach with the geological column, because he'll say, like a deck of cards,
do you agree?
just reshuffling the layers. I would say I agree for the most part, because wherever the new material is coming from. Well, wait a minute. I didn't know this is the answer discussion yet. I'm trying to give my review of the debate.
Hold on. This is the answer I was hoping for, because I think it's no longer a secret. It's no longer a secret what your previous job was. So if I were to come to you with a very old car, trying to trade it in for a new one, would you say that the older car is older, or did the newer car come from outer space?
Well, my old job was a nurse for 7 years, but I also did sales at the same time. So I don't know why you mentioned one and not the other. Secondly, when it comes to the layers, if you're taking material from one place, either within the earth or on the earth itself, and moving it to another, okay, that's just reshuffling or moving pre-existing material from one place to another. But
so what you would say is that an old car is worth the same as a new car. I need to find the dealership you worked at and then come with your logic and buy a car.
Is the material
my uncle was
is the material that the car is made out of, is the material on the old car older or younger than the material?
What's wrong with used car?
According to you, it's the same age, right?
The material. What's the metal made out of that makes up a car?
I mean, the metal came from the same metal ore, right? So it's all the same age.
Okay,
I mean, that's
so either all the material is this. So either all the material is old or young, but it's still the same age, and it's being reshuffled like a deck of cards.
Yeah.
If I shuffle, listen, if I take a deck of cards and shuffle it, does that mean that the card at the bottom is necessarily older than the card at the top?
That's what I mean.
Reshuffled.
That's what I mean. If I come to you with a car from, let's say, 2000, and I want to trade it in for a 2022 model, they're both the same age, so you would get me a really good deal on a trade-in.
I don't think you could afford the cars I was selling. I was selling $120,000 cars.
Oh,
So.
you might be a little bit
No
mistaken.
offense,
You might be a little bit mistaken there.
Oh, Peter's
it's a big
Peter,
assumption.
you send me privately. Hey, listen, you send me.
I own
everything
I
necessary.
own three.
I'll see if I can get you approved.
Hold on, I own three properties. I own three properties, 2 cars. So I think even if I had to sell one of the properties, I could pretty much afford whatever you have on the lot.
Hey.
Well, Bonnie, I had a question that James sort of hit upon, which was oil and where it comes from, like petroleum. And sort of so the sort of standard geological model has algae that's been cooked by the heat being under, and then subduction sort of brings it towards the surface. So where do you think oil comes from?
Well, firstly, I want to ask Amy, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. But I thought this was my review time. I was sitting peacefully and quietly while you each gave your reviews, and now it's
that's true, guys. But we kind of did just go right into open up on them.
And yeah,
I thought someone waved the go flag. I'm sorry. Just false start. My bad.
And I do want to say, Standing, thank you so very much for joining us and for continue to stick around for the open conversation. I think you did an awesome job hosting and moderating both debates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I always have a good time.
I think you were fair, so no complaints from me. I appreciate being on your channel.
I appreciate it. I enjoy the debates, even though we have differing opinions, even as different in opinions as someone like Peter and I still do enjoy these discussions and kind of fellowshipping with you guys during after shows where I'm sure we're going to touch on some interesting topics. One thing I was going to say before Peter's question, and again I'm happy to answer questions, but one thing I was going to say is the arguments that James used that I think are best in helping us differentiate between the models, right? Separate or universal ancestry. One thing I do agree with Amy on that you were talking about earlier, Amy, is the fact that we can't just attack the universal common ancestry model, the common descent model. As a creationist or an intelligent design proponent, we also have to put forth a model that makes better testable predictions. A model that is a more superior model than the common descent model. And actually, who knows? Maybe one day on Modern Day Debate or something, we can debate that.
I would love to.
Formally,
the moment, Donnie, you're going to have a model where you can predict where we can find a specific fossil, then I'm going to come on your channel and convert to being a Christian.
Same here.
On your channel live.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Well, and that's where I was going to get into. I find a lot of the arguments or lines of evidence, I guess, employed by the common descent proponent is more so agnostic or non-discriminatory to the greater debate of ancestry, right? Homology, nested hierarchies, the fossil record, let's say. These are all indirect lines of evidence. They're nice, they're good to discuss, but I think the best way for us to differentiate between the models, universal or common ancestry, or universal or separate ancestry, is going to be in the realm of genetics. And the reason why I say that is because genetics, that's the direct way to answer this question, okay? All the other lines of evidence, they're good, but remember, it's not a fossil, it's not a rock, it's not geography that's inherited sperm and egg. It's genes and traits. And that's why I think the best lines of evidence that I've seen brought forth, and specifically if we're just going to focus on this debate, has to do with ERV sequences, has to do with pseudogenes, has to do with the function of our genome. Because if we're looking at homology, even these interesting mosaics that James was discussing earlier, like the manatee, right? These extant species, or even these extinct creatures like Tiktaalik, Archaeopteryx, the therapsids. They're interesting But at the same time, at least with the fossil specimens, we don't have their genetics. But with genetics, like the ERV sequences, I think that's a good way to differentiate between the models, because homology, nested hierarchies, even these interesting mosaics can be explained through common design and common ancestry. It's non-discriminatory. So I will say the fact that, this is the last thing I'll say, the fact that James did put forth two specific arguments I think would be strong. Are a pseudogene specifically focused on the gulo pseudogene, correct me if I'm wrong, James, and ERV sequences. You know, those are direct lines of evidence that can tell us what's true, universal or separate ancestry. So I do
have a question. I do have a question when you mention that.
Of course you do.
Because we know that 99% of everything that ever lived on the planet has gone extinct. So if the flood is correct, then how come that we had all these different kinds before the flood, and those kinds apparently didn't make it on the ark, didn't survive because we don't see them after the flood? Doesn't line up, Donnie.
Okay, so do you want me to respond?
Absolutely. Not only that, but I will say that, Peter, you have to be good, and you can't have a response.
Be a good boy, Peter. I don't interrupt you. You can't interrupt me.
Can I just say something to SFT really quickly before we jump into this? It won't take too long. I just wanted to let SFT know that I did get his email, and obviously I mean this with all due respect, but I'm just not interested right now. I've got a lot going on. But with respect to the guy that you said wanted to debate me on the age of the Earth, I haven't felt good this week, and I haven't really done anything but upload one video that was a debate that I had like a year and a half ago. So I got to do some catching up with some content. So
no worries.
But that's not to say that I might not be open to debates in the future. But I just figured I'd let you know that. Anyway, guys, go ahead. Also, can we put everybody on the screen by chance?
We have
SFT
one
is done.
last.
Okay, my bad.
We'll let SFT get his uninterrupted response.
Okay, let me address Peter real quick. Then I'll give a nutshell response.
Exactly, and then when you're done, tell me, because then we're gonna bring in Friendly Muslim.
Okay, I'll be quick so we can get in Friendly Muslim.
Take your time. It's whatever time you need. Well,
James, you're learning from my quotes. You're stealing from me. You're stealing. You're good. You'd make a good.
Take what time you need, Donnie. We don't want to miss out any of this amazing evidence that we're going to hear.
Yeah,
appreciate it. Well, I don't think Peter is going to be sophisticated enough to be able to respond. He probably won't even understand it. James, I think you'll at least be sophisticated enough to understand the argument and engage it. But Peter, on the other hand, so my response is to his questions. We actually have direct lines of evidence demonstrating the flood bottleneck, demonstrating the fact that we have had an instance where over 90% of species today originated at the same time. Okay, this would have occurred thousands of years
ago. Peter, let him answer, man.
I just see this in the Y chromosome. We can see this in these highly conserved mitochondrial DNA proteins. Actually, Amy and James did a response to this, and I listened to it and I appreciated it. I think they're wrong, but I appreciate the responses. So maybe I should ask Peter, are you familiar with the Rockefeller study, the genetic boundary study that demonstrated through the CO1 gene, the highly conserved mitochondrial gene, that has low genetic diversity in all species today, demonstrating that they originated, over 90% of species today originated at the exact same time, just thousands of years ago. Are you familiar with that, Peter?
So I'm going to just step in for 1 second.
I'm not.
He asked you a question, and so I'll let Peter just said he isn't, and so that's going to be his response. And then Donnie, you got one more response to comment on what he said.
I have just one question. How long ago was this?
Every question Peter has is just one question.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You said thousands of years, but can you narrow it down a bit more?
Oh yeah, if we were to look at the observed mutation rate and we were to look to worldwide mitochondrial DNA diversity
when was
or
this?
Y chromosomal diversity,
please.
is yeah, you're making me lose my train of thought, Peter, when you interrupt. Peter,
Sorry.
I noticed
Sorry.
you're really good at starting your sentences in the middle of other people's sentences, which is interesting.
Yeah.
That's fine. Just not very sophisticated. So yeah, looking at observed mutation rates. Okay, we understand that they're fast in both uniparentally inherited DNA compartments, which are non-recombining for the most part, less messy, great to look at with these family trees. Mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome, low variation, a fast mutation rate, and only a few
I just
DNA
wanted the
differences.
age.
Listen, I'm
I
almost
just
done.
wanted
I'm almost
the
listen,
age.
I
No.
understand. I understand that these
please.
data points are going right over your head. That's fine. That's fine. But I
And
think
then we'll
everybody
get
else can understand what I'm saying. How we get the age is we measure, okay? We measure the mutation rate today, but we also look, and we can manifest this on, for sake of time, I'm not going to do it right now. I can do it later. I have these phylogenetic trees in both the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome, where we see there's only a few DNA differences separating any two people. Me and you, just a few DNA differences separating us. So with a fast mutation rate and low variation, okay, those DNA compartments only go back roughly 4,500 years. Lo and behold, right to the flood.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question.
You said how old? I said 4,500 years.
No. According to the paper you mentioned, when was this bottleneck? Because you said thousands of years. I wanted to know how many thousands of years.
So
That's
again,
all I
another
wanted to know.
unsophisticated, uninformed response. The paper gave an age based on the assumed age, okay, of the geological column. They didn't use observed mutation rates. If you look at the observed mutation rates,
No.
then
I
you're
was
only gonna go
asking
back
about the
4,500
paper
years.
you mentioned.
The paper said 200,000. But if you actually read the paper, which Peter, you didn't, if you actually read the paper, Peter admitted that he didn't, you find that they did not determine this from observed mutation rates. They just looked at the geological column and said, well, this worldwide bottleneck must have happened about 200,000 years ago because this is where we assume
I love it. I love it. 200,000, roughly 200,000 years before God created the earth.
Reiterate what I just said. Is this based on?
Yes, I was 200 about.
Or is this simply
roughly,
based on the geological column?
Hold on. Roughly, this bottleneck was 200,000 years before God created the earth. I love it. Thanks.
Amy, I want Peter to take as much time as he wants. Answer my question. How do you explain a fast mutation rate in take the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA?
That wasn't my question.
We only have a few DNA differences separating any two people. How do you explain that in 200,000 years? How do you take that back 200,000 years? Go, Peter. I want to hear I've been answering all of Peter's questions. Go ahead, Peter.
Can
I agree. And
I just
wanted to
you're
hear
a biblical creationist.
I just wanted to hear you say that the bottleneck that you attribute to the flood happened roughly 200,000 years before the flood.
Guys, we eventually have to find a cutoff point. We're all going to have an open conversation.
Cut it off.
Friendly Muslim in here, and then we can start.
And then we'll just exactly. But
thank you, SFT, for kind of running through the gauntlet there.
Newman,
exactly.
listen to me.
Welcome to the Den of Kittens, and we are going to get friendly Muslim in, and we'll have a barbecue of fun atheist theists. It'll be fun. Friendly Muslim, we are midnight ranting on evolution on trial. What is up? What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
What type of revolution, evolution, conversation, religious stuff is going on here? I don't believe in your evolution theory. It's a religious cult, and I want to put a stop to this meeting right now.
I can't tell if Are
you being serious?
Are you being?
I'm absolutely serious. No, I'm joking. This was, I mean, it was good. I learned a lot from Dr. Dino. I loved it. You know, this whole.
He's not a doctor, by the way.
Well,
I mean,
let him do his opening, Bird.
All right, you're right.
I mean, tomato. I mean, I like saying the word Dr. Dino, to be fair. But all right, fine. You know, he's not a doctor. That's okay too. I liked it. I liked the conversation. I'm curious about the mixing of the earth. That was a good argument, but maybe it wasn't. But it had me thinking, Earth is settled. Is it all the same age? Is it not the same age? What's going on there? That was interesting, sort of dynamic. I mean, I think Dr. Dino might come onto Team Islam. We might need to get him in the mix, to be
Oh
honest.
my, Dr.
You know,
Dawa.
Dr. Dino Dawa. I might have to reach out and see if he wants to take a walk on the wild side, you know, of this whole paradigm. But yeah, no, you know,
Muslim. There's a really quick way to convert him.
Oh, hello,
really
Peter.
There's a really quick way. Show him some videos of Yahya, and then with the amount of women that he goes through, he might convert.
Oh boy.
And so, Friendly,
thank you, Friendly.
go for as long as you want, but then tell me when you are done, because then I'm just going to drag us into open conversation.
Drag it. Let's go. Let's open up this barbecue.
Do it, baby.
Let's get it roasting.
Thank you so very much, Friendly Muslim, for joining us. In fact, thank you all for joining us. This is the house of cards you have tonight as we jump into open conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Midnight Ranting on Evolution on Trial.
Bunch of cards. I really want to talk to Standing for Truth about the Rockefeller paper, which I believe is the Thaler and Stockel paper that you're talking about. Is that correct? Yep. Basically, they state in that the study is grounded and strongly supports Darwinian evolution, including the understanding all life has evolved from a common biological origin of over several billion years. The study follows mainstream views of human evolution. We do not propose there was a single Adam or Eve. We do not propose any catastrophic events. So my question would be, why, if this says 200,000 years, why you would go and insert your own opinion into that paper and then cite the paper as supporting you when it doesn't support what you're saying?
Well, because what we look at typically with these technical papers, Mark, and you and I had a good discussion on this when it came to the Y chromosome dissimilarity between chimps and humans, right? I did not agree. I don't think the conclusions or interpretations of the data by the authors of that paper and this paper was consistent with the findings, with the data. So this Rockefeller study, right, these researchers, they analyzed the DNA, if you read through the paper, of over 100,000 animal species. They used about 5 million DNA sequences. And what they did was analyze these highly conserved genes, okay? And the fact that what we see was low genetic diversity across all these different species, the authors concluded that over 90% of all animal life was the same very recent age. Now, of course, they're not going to conclude a flood bottleneck. I think you just read off that they did not conclude that they didn't even consider that. Okay, but when we consider it as a biblical creationist, the fact that over 90% of animal life was roughly the very same recent age based on low levels of genetic variation, that's actually exactly what we would expect based on our starting point and based on Peter's question earlier. Why isn't there any evidence for a flood bottleneck? Peter says, well, here you go. 90% of all life originated at the same time. Now, the authors don't agree with me.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Why are you misinterpreting what I said? I didn't ask about a flood bottleneck. I didn't ask you about a flood bottleneck.
I mean, you did.
No.
Well, you asked the age of it.
No. I asked how it is that we had so many different kinds, why they didn't make it on the ark.
That's not what you asked.
I would interrupt quite briefly on a point of consideration, Amy. I hit somebody in the live chat on YouTube because and I said at a point where there was a pause that I'm going to chime in with a quick point of moderation. I hit somebody in the YouTube live chat because they said the universe is two lightning symbols representing the SS and then said Einstein was a Jew.
Interrupting
I just wanted to give you the reason why I timed that person out.
Amy, can you mute him? Can you mute him because
you heard me.
This is just stupid, Leo.
What's
This is
stupid
just
about it?
stupid, Leo.
I can't explain to Amy why I, as a moderator, am timing people out or hiding people in her chat.
You started talking while two people were in a conversation.
Yes, and I specifically outlined this is a quick point of moderation. Why do you think that's a bad thing to do?
You can wait until we're done, can't you?
We're getting off track.
I jumped in when there was a quick pause, so I kind of did.
Into both. I'm just gonna emotionally reset.
I'll let Leo have the floor.
We are Midnight Ranting, Evolution
rants are real.
On trial. Hey, we come on here to rant, but we want atheists, theists, we want all.
Amy,
Sending
did
the
you
ball
get what I
right
said?
back to you guys.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, Leo had to moderate somebody because they were doing double line.
I hid somebody in your
half
Skype
of
chat
that.
because they essentially made an anti-Semitic joke. So I just wanted to
my.
let you. I just wanted you to be aware of why
Gotcha.
that person was.
Well,
hit.
I would say we only have one God, and it's the TOS gods. And if they broke that, which it sounds like they are, then I completely support you.
Yeah, and had I just been initially granted to like 13 seconds to say that, this wouldn't have derailed into where we're at.
You could have put that in the private chat, Leo, instead of interrupting people.
I will say Leo does have a nice sounding mic. I got to give credit where credit is due.
I want his
He
mic.
certainly does. But we'll return it back to the topic.
We are Midnight Ranting, Evolution on Trial.
If Standing for Truth misrepresented what you said, what did you actually say? So we can get this and just move past it. So very quickly,
Peter, go ahead.
I was asking about the clarification on the amount of kinds that were present before the flood versus the amount of kinds that were present on the ark. Why, if from every kind there should be one on the ark, why wasn't there? That was my question. I didn't ask about a
It wasn't
bottleneck.
your only question, Peter.
It was.
I promise you, it was not.
Well, can we
What was
address
my
that?
other question? What was my other question?
You asked how old the bottleneck was that he was talking about, and he said 200,000 years.
No. That was after he cited the paper. That had nothing to do. That the paper had nothing to do with my question, but I did reply to him bringing up the paper and just asking about the timeline that was outlined in that paper. But that had nothing to do with my question. The entire paper had nothing to do with my question.
Peter's been misquoted by SFT in some way. Does that clear it up for you? Standing for Truth, because I don't even remember what was misquoted.
No, I don't know either. It seems like an odd question. Why were most of the animal kinds not brought on board the ark? Why did most go extinct?
So I'll explain why I asked the question. So SFT and I, he was on my channel once, and we agreed on a certain topic, and he didn't want to stick to that certain topic. Then we had. No, okay, but we had a conversation after that in which he said, I'll come back and we'll talk about the topic that I was supposed to be talking about. The thing that you can never talk about with Standing for Truth is things that are pointing to the Bible. You can't discuss the Bible. He will always bring it back to genetics, then bring up points that he knows everything about and knows that his opponent won't. So he will feel superior, and I will grant him that he knows more about those topics.
This is just nitpicking at somebody who's
This is just explaining why I asked the question and why it had nothing to do with genetics or a bottleneck.
That's fine. You have a right not to like what he talks about. That's perfectly fine. But I don't think this is the forum to come on and start airing grievance.
No. That's not it. I just
ask each other questions related around the debate that James did on the Standing for Truth. Did hope. And I think I would love for you to ask questions and stuff, but this really just seems like badgering someone. Mate.
It does seem like
it's just that when we're talking about creation versus evolution, I want people to address the creation part. We can talk about genetics because
isn't that what I just did with my response?
No one here is qualified to talk about genetics, and it's probably going to go over everyone's head until someone actually studies that specific point. But if it comes down to
well, I think Mark
the
understands
claims,
it pretty well. He knew what paper I was talking about right away. He pulled it up.
I said most. I said most.
Peter, I've been leaving you talk just for me. He brought up a paper that we can look at, and it says sort of 200,000 years is the time frame that they give. From my point of view, the authors of that paper have put a very specific sort of disclaimer on what they don't think has happened here. When you take a paper and you basically take off its conclusion and add your own conclusion, in my opinion, that is misrepresenting the paper. It's the kind of thing that will get you thrown out of university for. What you should do when you disagree with the conclusions made by the authors of a paper is produce your own paper of why they are wrong and using evidence to prove why they are wrong. What you can't do is just take a paper, take off your own conclusion, put another conclusion on the end of it, and then say that the paper supports you. That is misrepresentation of an author. It's a
We
form
call
of
that
plagiarism.
Otangeloing a paper because he does that all the fucking time.
I know that's wrong. I call it the Maddox methodology, is what it is. That's what it is.
And if I could respond.
Yeah.
So if we look at if you don't mind, if we look at the data, the findings in the paper, or even some of the study authors, like David Taylor there, he said if individuals are stars, then species are Thaler. Then species are galaxies. They are compact clusters in the vastness of empty sequence space. And he pointed out, the authors pointed out, that somehow, okay, and they speculate maybe why, maybe when, nothing conclusive, that all life or nearly all life got wiped out across the board. Okay. And they speculate this might have been 100,000, 200,000 years ago, but they don't give that number based on any real solid genetic data. All we know based on the genetic data presented in the study is that these highly conserved mitochondrial DNA proteins have incredibly low variation. So my question to the evolutionists would be if animals or even humans, we have low genetic variation as well. Every single human being is 99.99999% similar. So if we've been evolving for millions of years, from the Australopithecines up to Habilis to Erectus, who lives on the globe for 1 million or more years, then eventually Homo sapiens spread out into all parts of the globe. That's a lot of mutations accumulating, and mutations by definition add genetic diversity because they're adding something that was not previously there. That means we as humans and animals should have high levels of genetic diversity.
And so
but why do animal species and why do humans have low genetic diversity? That is consistent more with thousands of years in terms of origins rather than millions. Go ahead.
In virtue of what? In virtue of what is it more consistent with your position?
Well, because as I pointed out, if deep time evolution is true, we should have high levels of genetic diversity.
In virtue of what? In virtue of what should we have that if deep time evolution is true?
Well, you shouldn't have the low genetic variation that these authors.
Why not?
Because I just explained. Every single generation, mutations accumulate. Mutations add genetic diversity. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily, no. In fact, most mutations do nothing.
No, but they add genetic diversity.
No, they do nothing. They don't do anything to the genome.
Even a neutral mutation still adds genetic diversity.
No, it doesn't.
Adding
It does
something that was
nothing to
not
the
previously
genome.
there.
That's why it's called neutral.
Okay, somebody look it up and prove. This is just basic genetics.
And what
that's not demonstrating your point. Saying this is basic genetics isn't a demonstration of your point nor a refutation of mine.
And
I'm refuting. Genetic diversity is added through mutations. Well,
yes, but not all mutations
genetic diversity.
Genetic mutation is added through diversity, but not all genetic mutation does that.
Okay, Amy wants to speak.
Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
Or not?
I think we have somebody else to get in
so always what happens is I was about to say, and then the cat starts scratching at the same time. But we want to. I know we got both kitties. We want to get Danny in here. So we
Do
are
we,
having
though?
him join the conversation. Danny, what
Apparently we
is up?
do.
We are midnight ranting on evolution on trial, and welcome to the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I don't really have anything to say right now, so.
And then
that's
the
a
ball
first.
right back over.
Thank you, Danny.
I will give you guys one warning. Do not use the words natural selection. Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
I'm not a geneticist to the best of my knowledge.
dreams about natural
There
selection.
have been a number of hypotheses presented as to why the genetic mutations have not multiplied in the way that you're describing they should. Now, as far as I know, nobody really knows why that is. But what you don't get to do is say, hey, because we don't know, we're going to say this is the age and make that distinction. You actually have to go and show that. And the problem is that you're not refuting these papers. What you're doing is you're taking a paper and adding your own conclusions. You're not conducting your own papers to say why these very, very well-educated people are actually wrong. And that's the problem there, SFT. You need to produce papers that say, hey, we examined this, did these experimentations, we examined these genealogies, these genetic sequences, and here's why we are why we are right and they are wrong, and then put that up for peer review with people who know way more than me and probably more than almost anybody on this panel. That's what you need to do.
Okay. I appreciate the response. I just want to go back to this. Do mutations add genetic diversity? Okay. I got a paper here that it just basically says mutation leads to an increase in genetic diversity, whereas drift tends to reduce variation. The amount of genetic diversity results from a balance. I just put it in the side chat if you can look to it. The theory of neutral evolution, where these mutations build up, okay, the evolutionists would say they're absolutely neutral. So they act as like a hidden reservoir of genetic variation that can be called upon later, right, for novelty, for novel change. That's pretty much basic evolutionary theory, how that works. And this is how genetic variation is built up, through mutations. Now, the creationist model would suggest that the majority of genetic variation and DNA differences are the result of design variation rather than mutations. Now, if God really did create two people, I'll say this, Adam and Eve, a few thousand years ago, let's say 6,000 years ago, or the flood bottleneck 4,500 years ago, well, that would automatically restrict genetic diversity. And lo and behold, we see today, and I can share my screen right now and show you a dozen papers, for sake of time I won't, where they admit, wow, surprisingly, humans have incredibly low genetic variation. How they explain that is a hypothetical out of Africa population bottleneck, where there is a
Wait, but how do you know that? I'm sorry, I thought you were done. I'm terribly sorry.
No, you can go ahead, Leo. Go ahead.
How do you know that God creating humans, regardless of how long ago, because I just don't think that fact really matters here, well, at least for my objection. How do you know that God creating two humans would intrinsically restrict diversity? God could have created them to have diversity. You would need to know the intentions of God there, and I don't think you could know that.
Well, also, the other thing, I'll just add quickly, would you drop the whole God thing if I could provide one other alternative to a God hypothesis for low genetic diversity?
No, because I think there's a corroboration of... Are you asking if I would drop the God of the Bible if you could provide an alternative?
No, I mean, you drop God as being the only reason for genetic diversity to be low if I gave you one other explanation for low genetic diversity.
I would say it would then become a non-discriminatory line of evidence, as in your model can explain it and so can mine. So you wouldn't have to drop yours. I wouldn't have to drop mine. It's just non-discriminatory.
Well, it's not my model. It's just another possibility because, like I said, I don't think anybody really knows for sure why genetic diversity is so low. But I could just say, hey, aliens did it. And it's got exactly the same amount of evidence that you're presenting for God.
Yeah, but how does aliens did it explain why the levels of genetic variation being so low, plus a really, really high mutation rate, can only take the origin of humans back a few thousand? Are you saying that aliens created humans a few thousand years ago?
Sure, why not?
Yep.
Okay, so are you going to take that position over evolutionary theory then? Because that refutes evolutionary theory.
No, but it is another possibility that has the same amount of evidence that you have for God.
So I guess we're going to go with the God hypothesis versus the alien hypothesis, and admit that evolutionary theory is falsified. Sure. If
Well,
that's
no,
the way
that's not the point of what Mark is saying. What Mark is saying is that any evidence you bring for a creator can be used for any creator. Like, so your facts are going to underdetermine the type of creator that we're talking about. It could be God, it could be aliens. I mean, who it could be some other being in some higher dimensional space that created our universe as a simulation that's not God's. Like, any fact that you point to that shows a creator is going to underdetermine. You're not going to be able to specifically pick out, is what I mean by that, what type of creator it is.
Right. I understand what Mark's saying now. Okay.
Your dichotomy is either it developed naturally or it was God. And the opposition to natural is not God, it's not natural. Exactly. And there's a whole load of other explanations which are not natural and not God. So in doing your deduction, because you're deducing back to God, you're making an error, which is a false dichotomy.
Well, it goes back to the original question that a few people have asked, Amy specifically too, that the biblical creationists, instead of just attacking evolution, better have a model of their own. So we, as a biblical creationist, we'd start from Genesis, and we can make some retrodictions and predictions. The Bible says Adam and Eve were created just a few thousand years ago. Okay, 2 people versus populations of animals. So we can predict, okay, 2 people, low genetic variation, animals, higher levels of genetic variation. And it just so happens to turn out that's exactly what we see. You want evidence for biblical creation? There's Johnny, just a couple of retrodictions there.
We already know that genetic information is not diverse. Like, that's not a prediction. A prediction is when we don't know about it, you predict it before we know about it, then we find out.
Well, that's why I said retrodiction.
Post hoc explanation by saying, hey, we found this out. My explanation explains it in post knowing it. The predictions that science makes are things that we don't know already. Like, we can predict certain patterns that arise. Like, we can predict the orbital paths of planets, and we don't know where they're going beforehand. We predict them, and that's what shows science to be right. You can't see a fact and then go, well, I can explain that. It makes it a prediction. No, you've got to explain it.
Well, Mark, and that's why I said retrodiction. If you rewind, I said retro. There's a difference between a retrodiction and a prediction. That specific observation, low genetic variation. Are you saying you don't know what a retrodiction is?
That's what I'm doing with aliens. I'm retrodicting it. I'm saying, hey, we've got this fact that we have. I am retrodicting. I can do that for almost anything into it, and it will work. And
but what's your starting point? What's your starting point that you're making that retrodiction from?
It's got the same amount of evidence as you have for a God.
Right, but I'm taking a starting point, and what's flowing from it are accurate retrodictions. You're saying aliens did it. I mean, what's your hypothesis, or what's your starting point where that explanation can flow from it?
Aliens have been around for ages. What are you talking about?
Aliens have been around for ages. And so what? They created humans, let's say 4,500 years ago, which explains low genetic variation.
Yeah, exactly.
And how does the evolutionist model explain it?
Well, wouldn't it be like bottlenecks and genetic drift, or like something like that?
Well, like I said, there's a lot of different hypotheses as to other factors that would limit the diversification of genes. Now, I'm remembering off road because I got into a rather heated discussion with Otangelo about it when he produced a paper actually saying there are a couple of hypotheses and listing them. There are a couple of hypotheses, but I don't think we know for sure. Now, I might be wrong in that. I'm not a geneticist. I want to make that perfectly clear. This is not my area of expertise. But from what I've read, they've presented a couple of ways that it could have happened. And unfortunately, most creationists conveniently ignore those presented hypotheses. And
I've written extensively on those various hypotheses. I'm the one that brought them up earlier. I said the out of Africa population bottleneck. Some say 70,000 years ago. Some say 200,000 years ago. Some say a couple million years ago with Homo erectus. They don't really know. They're just trying to figure out a way to reduce levels of heterozygosity and increase levels of homozygosity. But,
isn't the point of models to explain things? So, like, if we have something that needs to be explained, we find ways to do that. Like, do you think that humans just get it right the first time, every time, all the time?
Absolutely not. That's why I think we need to make testable predictions. And here's the thing, Mark made a good point that we do need to make testable predictions, not just retrodictions. Now, based on this retrodiction, there has been PhD young Earth creationists like Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, who has said, okay, we have higher levels of genetic variation in Africans, lower levels in non-Africans, but overall lower levels of diversity if we consider all humans in their entirety. So he's made a prediction. He said, okay, there's certain people groups on this planet whose mutation rate we have not yet measured. So he predicted exactly what their mutation rate might be. That's a prediction. We don't know yet. Only future observations can tell us. Go ahead.
Whether or not you agree, wouldn't you say that low genetic diversity in humans can be consistent with an evolutionary model, whether or not you agree with that model?
Only if the out of Africa population bottleneck is feasible, which I don't believe it is.
Why not?
Reasons. Okay, well, if you consider it, let's say if you go with the 70,000 year, or it seems like most camps go with the 200,000 year date for a population bottleneck. So you have a population of humans, okay, going into this bottleneck with high levels of diversity, which makes sense. Then they experience a bottleneck, a near extinction event that drops them to, some say 2,000, some say 10,000, higher estimates are 30,000. Okay, well, in order to reduce the necessary levels of heterozygosity, how many thousands of years does this reduced human population have to be under a bottleneck? Anyone have any idea? How many years would there have to be this near extinction event where you have a small population in order to reduce the necessary levels of genetic diversity? 1,000 years, 2,000 years? Anybody have any idea?
I'm going to be honest. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about, so I'm out.
Well, I just wanted to get to the broader point, which was that if low genetic diversity, I just want to make this one point quick. If low genetic diversity in humans can be consistent with an evolutionary model, then it seems at least that fact, when considered alone, is going to underdetermine not just the God model, but also the evolutionary model. You can't use that fact alone to support either of those two models because it's consistent with both of them. Like, I can grant you that this is a piece of evidence for your model, but it underdetermines your model. It doesn't specifically make your model more probabilistic than any of the others because it's consistent with all of them.
Yep.
But and that's a good point. Let me just say this, Mark, and then you take as long as you want. My point is, and the reason why I was asking that question is, if you read the number of technical papers on this, they don't really know how many years. Some say 1,000, some say more than that. Because here's the thing. It can't be 1 or 2 generations because that's not going to be enough time to reduce the necessary levels of heterozygosity, increase the necessary levels of homozygosity. But the point is, what does inbreeding do? If you have a small population of, let's say, 2 to 10,000, okay, well, inbreeding reveals the hidden reservoir of genetic mistakes. Inbreeding is not good. So if you have a small population that is experiencing inbreeding for thousands of years, what that is going to mean is that a lot of recessive deleterious mutations are going to be manifested, come to the forefront, and lead to accelerated genetic degeneration and the manifesting of horrible diseases. So this hypothetical out of Africa bottleneck, it's not realistic. It's not feasible because rather than do the job that is required, it would drive this population to extinction. You can't inbreed yourselves for thousands of years. Okay,
well, I mean, but if there was like
30,
oh, I'm sorry, Mark. No, Mark, it's your turn. I'm sorry.
No, well, I just want to say, well, yeah, I mean, they may not know how long it was. And I certainly don't know how long it was that we had a reduced population. But just because we don't know something doesn't mean that you get to say that, hey, it didn't happen or it's incorrect or whatever. You've got to actually provide evidence for your theory of what happened. And, you can't produce papers backing up your claim. The only paper that you have cited quoted 100,000 to 200,000 years. And that's my major point, that you're using a paper which explicitly disagrees with you to promote how the people that wrote the paper are wrong. If you don't get that misinterpretation, well, there's nothing I can do for you. But I would strongly advise that you don't go to university and do this current method there, because it is a gross misrepresentation of somebody's work. I don't know how long the population was there, but there still is a plausible explanation for how we got to a reduced genetic diversity. And as Leo said, it doesn't give any more weight to your explanation just because we don't know.
Okay, let me just respond to all that real quick. So, firstly, we're going to go back to that study, and I appreciate those points. Mark, you are always courteous. I appreciate that. So, the purpose of that study, though, was never to determine
And handsome.
And 6'5". I told Mark I wouldn't mess with him in a bar because he's 6'5". So,
I'm only 192 centimeters. I should stop saying that.
Is there any way I could make a really quick point here that I think Donnie would actually appreciate? I don't personally think that Mark said anything wrong, but I think that what Donnie would say is that, well, sure, you guys can't explain it, and that in and of itself doesn't mean that you're wrong, but we can. I think that's what he would say, is that we are at least attempting to provide an explanation here, and that it doesn't seem like you guys are. But what I would just respond to that with, and maybe that isn't how Donnie would respond, but what I would respond to that with is that their explanation is just going to be unsatisfactory. Well, did God wanted it that way? I just don't really think that explains it. Why did God want it that way? I mean,
explain it as well. That's the problem, that there can be a million explanations if you appeal to non-scientific things that can explain it. A magic unicorn could explain it as well. Like, we can't just insert an explanation because of a gap in our knowledge. We have to provide evidence for the thing that we're actually advocating for, rather than saying, hey, you don't know how this happened, therefore a God did it. It's not good enough.
Well, it's not necessarily God did it. It's going back to the biblical creation model of ancestry. Okay, Amy rightly pointed out, and I agreed with her, we can't just attack the evolutionary model, universal common ancestry. Our model that we propose is separate ancestry. It comes from the Bible's account that God created two people and populations of animals. From there, we're making retrodictions and here's the thing, this data didn't have to come out to be true. It could have turned out humans had high levels of genetic diversity. The evolutionary community didn't predict this. They were shocked, and they said, well, there must have been some out of Africa population bottleneck, 70,000 years ago, maybe 200,000 years ago. But now they recognize that there's a problem with inbreeding, because we know what happens genetically with inbreeding. You're not supposed to marry close relatives for that reason, disease accumulation, so on and so forth. And very charitable of Leo, that is pretty well what I would say. And I would also expand on it to say that when you again, look to these technical papers, Mark, okay, in order to read them and study them objectively, okay, you want to look at the data, but then you want to separate that from the conclusions, in the sense that if their conclusions are based on untested hypotheses, like this specific paper with Thaler, their purpose was never to determine a date or an age of this so-called bottlenecked event. They were looking at these highly conserved mitochondrial DNA proteins, the CO1 gene specifically, and they realized, wow, based on levels of genetic variation, over 90% of species arose at the same time. So that's nice. We have low variation in humans, and we also have low variation in these highly conserved regions of the genome of animals, which points us back to the flood bottleneck. Now, you guys always want to point to the date given in the paper, but they admit that was never based on genetics. That was just, their intention was never to come up with a date. So why are we just going to look at the date that they toss in there in order to validate, I guess, the date on genetic variation with your specific model? If it doesn't fit with their conclusions, go ahead. I said a lot there. Go ahead.
Yeah, because they wrote specifically about how they support Darwinian evolution and they support.
Well, of course they do. Yeah, of course they have to.
Yes, and they also support that
because
there
it's
was
true.
Not proposed there was a single Adam or Eve, and every single genetic study that is in mainstream science and genetic science in academia shows that there wasn't an Adam and Eve, that we can trace it back to a population of, I think, 6 individuals from out of Africa. There's nothing that supports an Adam and Eve in genetics. In fact, there's a lot of evidence to sort of be against it. I've been racking my mind about the guy. Like, I think that when you're talking about creationists, not all creationists don't refute evolution. I think is it Francis Collins? He is a very devout creationist. Worked in the Human Genome Project, as far as I recall, and was responsible for a lot of mapping of the human genome. And he says, well, regardless of what you think, where you think the genome came from, evolution is true. He wishes that it wasn't, but it is. There's just no doubt among geneticists that evolution is happened and is happening. And until you get papers showing that we can research back to 4,500 years ago, or whatever your claim was. I'm sorry, I've forgotten the exact amount of thousands of years. I think it was 4.5, or 6,000, or whatever you claim the date is, to two individuals. Then we don't have a lot of evidence besides the Bible, which is not a scientific text. I mean, you're saying go to the genetics, but then you're referencing the Bible. It's a bit of a stark grinding of gears there, where you're referencing generously say historical text. I personally think it's more a mythological legend, yet saying, hey, this genetic information, but the genetic information doesn't seem to support you.
Okay, before anything happens here, I was just, Beamsy, is there any way I can get you to explicate the point that you've been making in the side chat here? Because I think it's a phenomenal point and I think it deserves to be heard.
Yes,
I know you said you've made it like numerous times before, but I really think that it would be very worthwhile here in this discussion.
I've already done videos on it and it's fine. If you want to talk about it, you're welcome to. I've put the papers in there if you want to use the information.
All right.
Continue. I don't really think it's fair to say that SFT is referencing the Bible. He's just saying that if there were two humans, if there were initially two humans 6,000 years ago, we'd expect to see stuff, and we see that stuff. That's what he's saying.
Right.
Well,
right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
And
if you look here, well, if I could, because a lot of points being thrown around, I don't want to miss all of them. I'd love, I'd love to, because that's my favorite topic to debate. Universal or separate ancestry, Adam and Eve, or are we related to the non-human apes? The evolutionists would say we're a human ape. Okay, that's fine based on taxonomy. I've never seen a genetic line of evidence presented that refutes the position that says we all came from two people. Again, right here, what we've been talking about the whole time: human genetic diversity incredibly low. The human Y chromosome, well, just a second. The human Y chromosome is uniparentally inherited DNA. We get that from our dads, our fathers. That's incredibly low worldwide. Okay.
Read the rest of it.
What's that?
Could you read the rest of it?
This could result from neutral processes if the effective population size of males is reduced relative to females due to a higher variance in the number of offspring from males than females. So their reasoning for why human Y chromosome genetic variation is low is the same way they explain why autosomal DNA is low. Out of Africa population bottleneck, or just bottleneck after bottleneck, to reduce the levels of firstly the effective population size. But the greater question is what we've been talking about. Is that feasible? I'm saying no. A human population cannot go down to 2 to 10,000, even 30,000 for thousands of years. That's inbreeding. That manifests the hidden reservoir of genetic mistakes that are deleterious. They lead to disease. Mark, that's a fairy tale.
But wouldn't it climb back up? Like, wouldn't the bottleneck happen and then the population slowly? Like, isn't that why it's called a bottleneck? Because it shrinks and then starts to expand again.
Well, it depends. It depends when. Is it a 1 generation, 2 generation, 10 generation bottleneck? Eventually, it's going to expand. Exactly right, Leo. But the question is when.
But if you agree that it's eventually going to expand, then I think the point of when that occurs is ultimately a moot point. Like, sure, it would be nice to have that data point, but if it's something that like we all agree it would eventually happen, then
here's the problem: is
all that needs to be said.
No. Because here's the thing: it can't go on forever, because you can't.
Well, I agree.
Experience inbreeding forever. I would say it's not going to be long before a population of 2 to 10,000 that stays that. They would have to expand pretty quickly. But if they expand too quickly, then that's not going to be able to reduce the necessary levels of heterozygosity, and that's why it's difficult to find. Exactly. So how long can a population like this sustain? Because, for example, we have an example of this today. Cheetahs. They've been under a population bottleneck. They're down to like 7,000 now. They're highly degenerate. Their sperm is degenerate. Conservationists are worried about them. They're near extinction.
Now we're not going to suddenly expect this population of 7,000 cheetahs to spread out in all parts of the globe, seizing dominion over the planet. It's a little tongue in cheek, but that's what the Out of Africa story says. It says after humans experience this severe genetic bottleneck, what did they do? They spread out into all parts of the globe, seizing dominion over the planet. That's the standard theory. But by that point, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to quickly point out that the paper didn't say that the population was... it said that the relative population of males was proportionally less than females.
Right. But here's the thing.
You didn't say what you're saying that it said.
Can I just add one really quick point? That I think SFT or Donnie, I don't really know which one you prefer to go by. I should probably
call me at all.
What's that?
I said, call me at all. It's all good.
Right. So I think you said that most of the experts are going to go for the 200,000 year mark with the bottleneck. Did I hear you correctly?
Well, I could be wrong. I've seen some say 70,000 with the Toba extinction. 200,000. I've said maybe it's not most that would say 200,000.
No, I actually don't know on that. So I mean with the point that small, I mean I'm willing to defer to you there. But as I understand it, Neanderthals would have been around then. So I don't know if that has anything to play here with this bottleneck or not. Like I'm not going to say that it does because biology is not the area I focus on, but I just thought that was sort of I guess you could say a metaphorical wrench to throw into the discussion. I don't know if it really does anything, but if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
That's right. Have you ever debated Guts and Gibbon? SFT,
yes,
have you ever debated Guts and Gibbon?
Yes, 3 formal debates.
I was going to say like 3 or 4 times.
Oh, boy. Have y'all talked about this specifically?
Yes.
Fuck, I need to go find those. Okay.
Extensively. Actually, I debated Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal.
All I can say is
all of them agree that he's completely wrong. 9 out of 10 times misrepresenting the papers
Not
that
a
he's
surprise,
talking about.
Peter, that my opposition thinks I'm wrong.
No.
You're just so sophisticated, Peter.
Hold on. Erica demonstrated that in a video. Erica did several videos.
She demonstrated.
On you
okay, reiterate her argument that you made. Reiterate them.
Without you, and then talking about the papers that you brought up, reading from the papers, and playing the video where you make claims.
Okay, don't slap and run.
Which
papers, Peter?
You could go over there and watch those videos.
Yeah, I watched them.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say one.
Is subjective. I mean,
and it's not Erica. It's not Erica saying that. It's Erica. It's Dr. Dan saying that. It's Jackson Wheat saying that.
Of course, they're not going to agree with me. Okay, you can watch my debates with Erica.
The funny fact is they can demonstrate that you're wrong.
I'm demonstrating you're wrong right now, Peter. Peter, answer this simple question, guys. I want everybody to mute. I want to see how sophisticated Peter is right now. This is a mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree, Peter. Okay?
Problem is,
a few differences.
What my answer to that would be is an answer along the lines that you answer a question. For so far, you've come. Hold on, I wasn't finished. So far, you've come up with several bottlenecks. The closest one to the flood is the bottleneck of the cheetahs, which is still 6,000 years off.
Okay,
and 4,000 and 4,000 years before your God created heaven and earth.
And so guys,
let me just address Peter real quick.
One day you'll find a bottleneck that'll fit your model.
You guys got 3
now.
more minutes, and then I just want to wrap up on like 5 more minutes. I just want to ask a few questions, and then I'll let you guys also go back and forth as well. And then we're moving to outros in which everyone can say whatever it is they want on the topic and tell people what they got going on.
Amy, do you think this is your show or something? What's going on here?
Hey, listen.
Who made you the boss, Amy?
That is, I love our open mics because it lets everybody speak. And okay,
Peter,
this has been a
standing,
spicy but fun discussion.
Exactly.
This has been fun. This has been fun. Never any hard feelings, even with you, Peter. Never any hard feelings.
I've got a big surprise in my outro. That something that you will really like. Really like.
Hopefully, finally something of sophistication, Peter. But I won't.
Well, it's going to be.
Let me just address Peter right here. Okay. So
it's going to be something where you can actually learn a thing or two.
Wow, that'd be neat. I'm learning something. I'm only 33. I don't know everything, Peter. Okay, so right here is Ann Gibbons. This is a commentary on the famous Parsons paper, where they discovered that the faster mutation rate in the mitochondrial DNA actually pointed to mitochondrial Eve about 6,000 years ago, which has even been contributed to the development of new mtDNA research guidelines used in the forensic investigations. I've got my screen share. I'm not sure if you can see still. Adopted by the FBI. Well, it's good enough for the FBI, but apparently it's not good enough for Peter. We can actually represent this on various phylogenetic trees.
The famous geneticists, the FBI. I love it. I love it.
That's a good one. No. It's not the FBI. It's not the FBI doing the pedigree-based studies. Okay. Again,
those are top-notch geneticists.
Mutation rate.
Yeah. They're top-notch geneticists.
And they are using it in the FBI, and which is a good thing because they're getting people off.
They're top-notch. They're top-notch geneticists. The FBI.
That's a pretty funny rebuttal. You have to admit that's pretty funny.
Yeah. I mean,
that's pretty funny.
I think I heard Trump say that they were MAGA, the FBI, when it comes to genetics.
I really got to get a drink of water. This has been. I'm still going to stick around, but you guys take over. I got to get some water.
That's water on the
water.
Water. It's water. That's our tea. It's water.
Too much coffee. I think that's something me and Mark have in commmen, right, Mark? What are you going on today? 4 coffees, 5 coffees?
Oh, look, this is only my second, I think. No, I'm not.
I'm beating you. I'm on 3.5.
It's only 4 o'clock here, so I mean, I've still got time to get a couple in, I guess.
It's 3 o'clock here, Mark. 3 a.m.
4 a.m. here.
Yeah.
But I'm only 2 in deep, and I want to stick by that statement.
Yeah, you are. Holla.
But I do love coffee.
I guess what I would say
no,
is
not at all.
The problem that SFT has, and this is what I was trying to get across, is it's not just your enemies per se that disagree with you. It's also people like BioLogos, who are a bunch of very devout Christians who also do genetic research. And they are very firm believers that completely disagree with you. In fact, you'll be hard pressed to find a geneticist, and I would guess that you probably couldn't find a geneticist who would say that humans didn't evolve from apes.
You could find at least one, and his name is John Sanford.
Well, I guess there's always an outlier, but
that's your boy. Yeah. That's your boy. Well, that's Speed of Sound's boy.
Yes, it is.
I missed that completely. I'm sorry.
It's kind of more of an inside joke, I guess. Me and Donnie would probably get that.
I guess I'm not in a
inside joke time.
Sorry, I'm not. But sort of BioLogos, they're a Christian foundation set up that, they do not believe in an old Earth. They don't believe in Adam and Eve. They believe in the science, and unfortunately, that's what the science says. Unless you choose to misinterpret.
Is Sigard associated with BioLogos? Isn't he?
He was.
Not anymore.
Not
anymore.
His current
he wasn't. He was employed there at some point. I think there's still some things from Sigard on their website. Not entirely sure.
I actually like Sigard a lot.
And Standing, when you get a chance, I just have 3 questions that they're not gotchas. I just think evolution just has good answers, and I want to give you a chance to maybe respond, and then everyone's going to have a chance to wrap up on theirs.
Ooh,
Yes,
I'd like to wrap
give
up.
me 10 seconds to get a bottle of water here,
I will
Amy, and then you can ask
20
me whatever you want.
seconds.
20 seconds, very generous of you.
In that 20 seconds, can I make a really quick point?
Sure.
I really hope SFT can still hear. I don't know if he. Anyway, I have to be honest. Like the biggest thing for me isn't. Maybe it's just the quote unquote physicist in me, but the biggest thing for me is just the age of the Earth. Like I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. How the fuck do we find oil if like radiometric dating doesn't work? Like, why is it that every time we've used it to find oil, we found it? Over like the last 80 fucking years. Like, why is a multi-billion dollar industry that is very much fucking
That's just how
capitalist
much gas costs right
investing in
now.
this if it was bunk and didn't work? Like, it makes no I bet it makes no fucking sense to me. I don't get it. But this isn't a debate about the age of the Earth, so I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, can since the 20 seconds might not have been passed completely, I'd like to just notice that it is funny that in the same week we have Donnie here, and we had Kent Hovind both desperately in need of water. And if you don't get that joke, if you don't get that joke, watch Atheist Junior.
I do have to send love out to None of Biz. Don't cash this till Monday. $10. Woo-hoo! We are sending so much love, None of Biz, as I drop my pen on the floor. And we are sending all of that love right back. And like I said, I just want you all to know. Where's my bag of fruit? Wait, it's right here.
Newman, focus.
I'm trying to find. I got a whole new bag of toys.
I have a bag, and if I make it look just right, it'll look like a fruit bowl. I don't think anybody here gets that, unfortunately.
Mark, I gotta say though, we do one day. We gotta have a nice, informal, respectful chat on ERVs. That'll be fun. I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Your guys back and forth here, I think, has been quite respectful.
Yeah, I think so too.
Passionate but respectful.
No, exactly. I love chatting with Mark. Very, very courteous, respectful. Everybody here. I think this. I don't think this got out of hand. It's been fun. Gets passionate, but this.
We like a little bit of spice.
I do have one bone to pick, FT, while we're waiting.
Sure, no problem.
Is there any way, in your heart of hearts, that you could quit calling Kent Hovind a doctor, please?
He's not going to.
That would be misgendering him.
Amy, can I put in a request that you put Beamsy's comment, his last comment, in the side chat, that you put that on screen, please?
I do want to just say that
Amy is not a fucking banana.
We do have true atheist defeater right here. We don't often bring, arguments for God on camera, but what?
I would like to have a role play.
Oh my.
I love to be spanked by you there.
Oh wow.
I just want to ask, Stanley, for truth, do you have anything like you pointed out this calibrating the mitochondrial clock? It's just from like 1998. Do you have anything more recent for this?
Pardon?
Well, it's sort of a 20-something-year-old paper. Right. Do you have anything more recent for this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's dozens and dozens of pedigree-based mutation rate studies. That's one of the more. Well, here's the thing. I actually emailed Parsons because I've heard that response too. I emailed the author Parsons, who's well respected. He's not a young Earth creationist. I said, there's some on your side that are criticizing your work. They're saying it's old, the methodology is bad, and I have the email that I've shared screen. We've put in some of our books, and he challenged. He said if they think that it's outdated, if they think the mutation rates that I've derived are based on bad methodology, then maybe they should present something better. But they haven't. So sure, it might be older, but it's still legit.
I'm looking at calibrating the mitochondrial clock from Ann Gibbons was the citation you gave me for the FBI related one.
Well, she did a commentary of the Parsons paper.
Oh, I see. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah.
So the Parsons paper is older than that? Okay.
And I just want to ask, it's evolution-based questions that we were talking earlier. So, and I do want to thank you. I will preface this. Thank you so much, Standing, and Friendly Muslim. Even though I know you're very friendly, we love basically anyone who disagrees with us, agrees with us.
As long as you're not an asshole, yes.
Not exactly. So I just want to ask, first off, do you believe in a literal Adam and Eve?
Yes. Wow.
And then
I just showed evidence for the last hour. So whoever said wow, I mean, well, then deal with the evidence. That's what the evidence suggests.
I just want to take that further. If you believe in a literal Adam and Eve, do you believe one of them came first?
Well, it sounds like Adam came first, and Eve came later. Yes, from his side.
I just want to continue this, and I know this will sound weird. I ask this, and I feel like. So my question for you: why do men have nipples? And I know it sounds weird.
The
but
nipple argument.
Really I feel like it
mankind is resting on nipples. Okay, I got you. All right.
Well, I do feel like it is a case in point, biologically, physiologically, why women evolved first.
Well, so your question is, why do men have nipples when really there's no functional purpose for it?
Correct.
It really does seem like if nature hobgobbed it together, and all the evidence, I would say empirically, does seem to point that even in science, when they talk about a mitochondrial Eve, she came first. I believe I could show that numerous studies to show that.
That's what Y chromosome Adam. There's various studies that put him at, I think, 200,000 years. Eve, maybe someone could pull it up, but that is a good question. Why do men have nipples? It's a very simple question, and I don't actually have an answer for you right now. So
wait.
Hang
on a minute.
We're about to jump. I'll take.
Did you just say that men lactated 6,000 years ago, and they did have a functional role, or no?
Yeah, I mean, from the creationist perspective, whether it's the phenotype, the genotype, which means
can be the vestigial.
It would be for functional
organ, right?
It would be there for functional purposes. What's the function of a male nipple? I don't know on the spot.
Okay, all right. Can I just, sorry, guys. I mean, there's limits on this, right? No. One thing, my friend. Yeah. Now you're telling me, and I can't even believe you just acknowledge this. If I took away your nipples right now, would you be a happy bunny?
No.
No. There you go. That's it. Mankind needs nipples.
I've got another question in line of Amy's questioning for Donnie. So
Amy is asking questions, Peter.
Well, and I probably could ask
wait.
lots of questions. That was at least my one train of thought.
Sorry, Peter.
I have others that I feel like we could probably go. I almost feel the goat question would be unfair for Standing. I was thinking about it.
Michael Jordan is the goat.
Actually, Amy,
I do.
Well, no, I just want to say something. In my, as Kent likes to say, in my 1,000 slides, I do have sections where you can find functions for the various so-called vestiges. Now, I don't have them all memorized, but I looked it up, and it does say it should be noted that male nipples are not useless. As has been suggested, they are very sensitive and are a source of sexual stimulation.
No,
that's a pretty good function. That's a pretty good function.
I wouldn't disagree with you. My point would continuously be just that it came from women because men evolved. They were almost, you could say, a mutation. And it happened both in plants and us because fungi don't have sexes for some reason. But
I really hate. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy. I thought you were done.
No, but eventually, within the next minute or two, eventually one of you wrap up. But yeah, someone does have to be.
I don't have to wrap up, but I really have to pull a Danny here and ask a question. What do we mean by function? What is function mean here?
Leo, you will notice that I was first. I waited for Amy to finish.
I didn't know there was a queue, so I was just trying to ask a question.
It's all right,
but
guys.
yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Someone, one or two more questions.
I'm really curious because Amy brought it up, and SFT agreed with pretty much everything Amy brought forth, and I'm just curious. So when we look at the Bible, we know where Adam came from, we know where Eve came from. Did Adam's one rib have that Y chromosome, or was that added in later?
Well, obviously, Adam would have had a Y chromosome, XY, and Eve, obviously, God would have had to do something for her to be XX, change the Y chromosome, make it an XX. I mean, we wouldn't say that Adam and Eve would have just been genetically homozygous. They would have had some DNA differences. Y chromosome would have been one of them, and then just DNA differences within. I mean, we're all heterozygous at, I think, both 3 million spots within our genome. So Adam and Eve.
So Eve is literally.
So you think that someone could remove a rib from me, and then that rib would turn out to be female?
Well,
that's amazing.
No.
Well, you're not God, Peter, so no.
Yeah, that's kind of like the assumption. Anyway, I'm still curious. What do we mean by function?
And then that answer by what do we mean by function? That will be the last statement.
Ooh, Leo got the last word.
Is that a question for me or
well,
Danny?
No, it was a question,
like a question
to Danny.
for standing.
I mean, yeah, I would like him to answer it, but I mean, it doesn't have to be just him. I just what do we mean by function?
Because at first you were asking Danny, but I'll answer.
Oh, you were asking Danny?
Well, no. I said I was gonna poll a Danny and ask what do we mean by function?
What I mean by function would be some kind of use, some kind of utility. A strict definition. Maybe if it's something that has an effect on phenotype or genotype, that's a technical definition of it, I guess, at the top of my head. But if it's got some use, if it's a structure, genetic sequence, or genetic element, or an organ, or whatever, is there a use to it? Is there a purpose to it? What's that?
How do we define whether it has use or utility?
Well, I think we can study it. I think we can, for example, take the appendix. We can study it, look at the pathophysiology, and determine, oh wow, the appendix harbors some really good bacteria that when we're sick and we have episodes of diarrhea and we lose a lot of our good bacteria, we have a reservoir of good bacteria ready to go in the appendix. It acts in the immune system. To me, that's a use, that's a function.
In virtue of what?
Your question. What do you mean?
I guess I just take function to be almost a normative term. Like a function is, for me, going to be construed in terms of a desire. So I don't. It seems that when we talk about functions, that we're just kind of like building in this notion of intentionality.
You did ask him a question, but I really do have to at some point let him have, or whoever has the answer the question, the last word. Looks like you're about to say something, Mark. Finish your sentence.
Yeah, I just think, like, when you say function, we're sort of what you're saying, Leo, is you're kind of directing function towards purpose, like an inherent.
Well, no, I don't know what it means to say that something has a function if you're not desiring for some outcome to be the case. Like to say that a lighter has a function is to say I want it, I desire it to do something, and it does that thing. I don't know how the idea of function gets separated from an intention.
But you could understand function in terms of fitness.
I mean, I suppose, yeah. I guess, I suppose. I don't know what fitness. I don't know what fitness would mean, but I guess that works.
I know what fitness is.
Oh my! And all right, I think on that note,
let's hand it to Amy.
We are going to move into outros so everyone can say their final thought on the statement and what they got going on. We have been midnight ranting on evolution, on trial, in trial. We have been evolving into fun, and we're moving into outros.
Oh boy.
Woohoo! What is up, Danny? Thank you so very much for joining us. We have been Midnight Ranting on Evolution on Trial. Hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
I don't have any particular final thoughts, but about the discussion. But I guess I do have a YouTube channel called Phil Talks. So if you want to avoid all the science stuff, and that's probably the channel for you. I mostly focus on philosophy, religion stuff, so y'all can check that out. Thanks for having me, Amy.
Woo-hoo! Send in love, Danny, and I'm gonna get your channel in there. At least send it into chat in a second.
Thanks.
Well, thank you so very much for joining us. And all right, we are moving along, going in opposite order of entrance. A friendly Muslim. We have been Midnight Ranting on Evolution on Trial. I hope you had a fun time. What you got going on? And what are your final thoughts?
My final thoughts is I enjoyed it. I think you tried to destroy Islam with your nipple argument. I think I destroyed you when you came back at us. And again, I quote, "The nipple is not a useless structure in men." Dr. Lateman says, people often say, why is it still there? Well, it's there because it's a highly sensitive in many individuals. Erogenous zones in us are very important. And so it has been retained for those purposes. And by God, that is good enough for me. I've been Muslim and ranting. Thank you.
Thank you, friendly Muslim, for joining us. And all right. We're going right down the list. Da, 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 da. Also, I have to ask, do you have any kinds of channel going on?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Free the nipple.
Yeah. Islam supports nipples. Yeah.
I like that.
Look out for the new channel, people. No, I've got friendly Muslim chats, which I think I'm going to start going more live now, to be honest. After this week, and maybe hosting and have a little call in, and let's have people talk.
Get Kent on.
Dino, Dr. Dino Dower, coming soon.
He's not a doctor.
What?
Bird.
All right, yeah, no, that's been me, but it's been spicy and enjoyable as usual. People loved it.
Thank you so very much, friendly Muslim. And all right, Donnie, standing for truth, I really do want to thank you for hosting and moderating tonight's debate. Please look him up on the YouTubes, as well as we want to know, what are your final thoughts?
Appreciate it. Tons of fun. Wild night, debate, and then a wild after show. Very engaging after show. I appreciate everybody on the panel, and even if it gets passionate, that is okay, because what's that?
I said this was tame compared to what we've had.
Yeah. Well, you didn't even meet Wesley. Yeah, it's tame. Trust me.
Oh boy.
No. I've been doing these for 4 years, so I've been in some pretty intense after shows, especially back in.
Yeah, he does.
Wesley is this
Wesley Curry the third or the second? The third?
Yeah,
one guy that's white hair and doesn't say coherent.
Yeah. It's popping up
mentioned
now.
in the Book of Revelation. Yeah.
So, it's a ton of fun. Great debate, James. You got some good endurance. You did a full debate, full after show. Hopefully, I look forward to joining more of these. Maybe, who knows, a couple of us can do some interesting formal debates on the same topic where we can dig deep on that which we discussed, the low genetic diversity, fast mutation rates. One line of evidence I think is amazing for separate ancestry is the massive difference in Y chromosomes between humans and chimps. We can discuss that as well. And I don't know. That's pretty much it. Thanks for having me on. And hopefully,
you mentioned the rapture tonight. If I could just ask real quickly, are you pre-trib, post-trib, mid-trib?
Oh, post trib for sure. Tribulation,
Okay.
then rapture, or mid.
Sounds
I mean, some would call that mid trib as well, but
Pre-rap.
yeah, no, definitely not pre trib.
And I microdose. I'm just kidding.
All right. Thank you, Donnie.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Standing. And go check his channel out with many awesome debates. And all right, we are adding or going right down the line, and I am going to sneak in at a certain point. It looks like Mike Banner, so put yourself on deck, but we are going to get in.
Number one, I do like being on my knees.
Look, when you are good at what you do, you never work a day in your life. Leophilius, we have been Midnight Ranting on putting evolution on trial. I hope you had fun. What you got going on the interwebs, and of course, what are your final thoughts?
The only thing that I'm thinking about right now is my picture here. Notice the hands. Those were actually cut out when I did the background remove on this. I drew those in, and I am so fucking proud of myself. That looks good, and I don't give a fuck what anybody else says, okay? You can go fuck yourself. You take your shitty opinion and shove it up your ass, all right?
Oh, boy.
There's some good-looking hands, okay?
Look,
that's all I have to say.
They're fantastic. They're fantastic. It's a weird flex, but hey, that's
it's a
but
flex
it's
nonetheless, and that's what
You
I'm flexing out of here with. So. Thanks for hosting this, Amy. I had a good time.
And I will continue to say, first of all, go check out Leophilius out on the YouTubes, and go check out our debate this Monday on Modern Day Debate.
If LPP doesn't back out again. Wait, did I say again? Oh, no. But anyway, I did want to say, because I don't know who here knows and who doesn't know. So, yeah, earlier today, I premiered a debate that I had like a year and like 7-8 months ago, something like that. 2 years ago. That was hilarious. But I actually, a couple weeks ago, actually, it might have been last Saturday? Or Friday, maybe? Something like that. Anyway, I was recently on a late night stream on Praise I Am That I Think That I Am That I'm Not channel, and I call him that. I give him shit all the time. I personally, I don't really actually have that many problems with Praise, but that's just me. Anyway, and I ended up having another interaction with the lovely, wonderful Darth Dawkins.
That's a great
So
one.
if you haven't seen that, which I would expect most people here probably have, you should go take a look at that, because I was so fucking high the whole time, and oh god, it was so fucking funny.
I have never seen. So first of all, I just want to send love out.
Leo is so smart.
To Tom Rabbit, because just
hey, Tom Rabbit. I'm sorry.
No, just the little sound effects that he adds, like the Grand Theft Auto sound effects.
Exactly, it's so fucking precious.
You got kicked. I think
like
I was
8
trying
times,
to count.
7,
I was gonna say either
something like
7 or 8 times. I've never seen, and the greatest thing, spoiler alert, but after kicking you and kicking you and kicking you, they kicked Darth. It was fantastic.
Well, the funny thing was, Praise wasn't the one that Praise only kicked
it
me
was
himself
her, it
like
was the
twice.
girl.
Praise was the one that kept bringing me back.
Because basically, even though you were spicy, he was way spicier, and he was he interrupted you first, and I think that set a precedent that he didn't even notice. What he did was he interrupted you, and he said, hey, and then he spent the entire video complaining about interruptions, to which I think everyone was like, but Darth, you're explaining you.
Literally. But I did also want to say finally, really quickly, that I just want to thank SFT. I want to thank Donnie for being here, because he's always a good sport, and it's always nice to perspectives, and have your belief challenged.
And I will say, it is always, you got to have balls. It doesn't matter just to go into the opposition viewpoint, whether you're an atheist going on theist stream or a theist going on atheist stream. So we always appreciate that.
Oh, I'm hurt now. I'm ball hurt now.
But yeah, thank you so very much, Leo. And we're moving right down the line. See, both of us.
Well, I was going to say that when the stream ends, I'll go and check if everything is still in place. I hope so.
Oh, my.
Hello.
We're going to have Tangela help check Gavin down there for me. But
I would like to have a role play.
Mark Reed, we are Midnight Ranting on Evolution on Trial. It has been fun. I hope you had a good time. What you got going on?
I get goose pimples when I hear that name.
And what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, no, I had a blast. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, James. Fantastic job, James. You always do a great job, and I always enjoy watching you. I'm certainly looking forward. I won't miss the debate. I promise. I must admit, I've been really busy, missed a lot of debates with a lot of people I would have loved to see. And there's just nothing like sort of, being there on the day, able to chat and, throw stuff around is great. This one is just, I really would encourage any of the theists to go out and have a look at Biologos, have a look at Francis Collins, have a look at these people who do support evolutionary theory, which evolution is a fact. The theory you can disagree with, but evolution will still be a fact. Sorry, it makes you angry, but that's just the way it is. And as Francis Collins says, he wishes it wasn't true, yet it is true. And he was helped map the human genome, knows a lot more about it than I do, and still believes in a God. And look, evolution isn't a defeater for God. Like, it's not like if evolution is true, you can't have a God that started the whole process. It's not meant to defeat. It's just something that happens. We've got no real stake in it to say, hey, it must be true because that defeats God. Well, it doesn't. It just means that. So thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. And again, a big shout out to Standing for Truth, who came into here. And it's always difficult to come into a whole bunch of people that disagree with you and present a strong case and stand up for what you believe in. So kudos to him. And I hope to talk to him soon. But I'm sorry, I have been really busy. But I will definitely check out that modern day debate. With Leo, who's fantastic. Amy's awesome. They make a great team. Should be really awesome. I would not miss it for the world.
And we know you love OPP.
Well, if Amy and Brenda did well, me and Amy together will do phenomenal.
Can't get enough.
Mark, my deepest sympathy, Mark, for what happened to your country. I didn't know. I just saw that. So that must be devastating. No. So I'm looking at what Donnie typed in. So you're the 6'5" wonder of the UK.
Oh,
so apparently, apparently they took.
Yeah. So
they took over again.
Yeah, apparently so. Apparently the Queen's back in charge. It's a thing.
It's a thing. I had an 8-hour debate with a Christian whether or not the Queen could get into Canada without a passport because she was the Queen of Canada. I'm not kidding.
It's complicated. She probably could.
She probably could.
Yeah, we checked it. She can't.
She couldn't?
Well, it's not for any legal reason. It's just she's the fucking Queen, dude.
Yes, there is a legal reason. There's a legal reason. If the Queen wants to travel to Canada, she needs to have certain papers, one of which requires that she show her passport. So we did dig into that during that 8-hour debate.
So yeah, the next question is, should I care? Is the next question?
No. You should also not watch that 8-hour debate because that is mind-numbing.
It's also true
Okay.
that the U.S. president needs a passport, but it isn't the same type of passport that a citizen gets. But the U.S. president also still needs a passport. He can't just go, or she can't, or they can't just go, or it can't just go wherever he, she,
We
they, or
get it,
it
Leo.
wants to
God
go.
damn it.
Hey, we are wokist, Marxist, Democrat, liberal here, all right?
Leo, are you sure you covered everything?
Yeah.
No, I definitely did. I definitely
It's a
did.
good
It's not
save.
possible to. The set of genders is infinite.
So we are going to just move down.
Can someone get this
Thank
ugly
you so
fucker
very
off my
much,
screen?
But
Jason earlier. Where's Jason? He was here earlier. Jason Bourne. Big
He
shout out.
was.
to him.
We should, because I like getting, like I said, well, we like getting academics. Once again, Beamsy, what is up? We have been midnight ranting on evolution on trial. What are your thoughts about the debate? You got anything going on? And what are your final thoughts?
As for the debate, it's pretty much just normal. It ends up being a sermon on the behalf of Mr. Hovind, who does not break from his standard routine. If you've seen one of his debates, you've pretty much seen all of his debates.
Seen all of them. Yep.
He needs to be basically pinned down to a question, and to answer that question, it's the only thing you can really do to him.
That could have been really hot, but okay.
Oh, hello.
Hey, I thought I was the only one that was into his wrinkly old hands, but
oh my.
Oh wow. Go
the
on.
The hottest thing that happened to Hovind lately is what Beamsy put in the side chat earlier, his burning bush.
Oh wow.
Let's hope it actually spoke to him and gave him some smarter information.
Don't they make cream for that?
It was
Maybe
fun to watch.
SFT next, Beamsy, maybe. You never know.
I'll never get on that channel because you know the channel identity that I'll be jumping on. In addition to, I'm already blocked on that channel on both my accounts anyway.
I can't imagine why.
You're right.
But in the aspect of what I've up to, I'm currently going through an aspect of a flood boundaries from the biblical aspect that I'm going through and disproving every single thing that they're saying, and it's taking a lot longer than expected. Going through all of Kent's old debates, catching up to where he is now, and again pointing out a lot of his mistakes, and seeing that a lot of his earlier debates he actually took on academics and was beaten quite badly.
Oh.
And other than that, I'm still streaming on it elsewhere. But that's all.
I saw you had the video stream of LPP with the tinfoil hat on. I thought that was a nice accessory for him.
With the fact being that he has to keep conflating that the genetic code is a code, yes, but it's a mathematical code and not a language code. And all the papers that he cites says that, and every critique of everything he says that. But he still has to say, oh, it's also a language code, and that's why there's an intelligent designer behind it.
Get the tinfoil ready for Monday.
I don't have enough for that bullshit, but yeah.
I do have a question. Why are Christians so afraid of you? The guy on Twitter ran away. You're blocked on SFT's channel. Why is everyone so afraid of you? What's the secret?
I think a few of them have actually seen the proper debates that I've actually gone through, and I stick to the rules when it comes down to it as well.
See, I was hoping you were going to say saturated fat, but that's...
that was my nickname.
Newman, listen to me. Down. You're a grown adult.
Listen, Fucus. What does that spell? A good
Newman, focus.
Thank you so much, Beamsy. As always, we love having you on. Come back for more, and we'll be heading to Discord soon.
We'll get Potangelo on next.
That's right. We are getting the role play. Peter, we have been midnight ranting. Some would even say we've been having a role play. I hope you have had a good time on Evolution on Trial. What you got going on in the interwebs, and of course, what are your final thoughts?
Always elevating the discourse, Peter. Thank you.
Yeah.
some role play.
The ultimate individual, Peter.
The glories of the genius and eruditeness of Peter Drucker right now. I mean, I'm hanging on every word of his brilliance.
I have that effect on people. I don't know why, but yeah. So as for the debate, I think that Ken did a absolutely brilliant job of not answering the questions that James asked. I've seen at least 4 or 5 times when James asked a question and Ken started answering and then went off on a tangent because, he's got slides for some reason.
Come on, Peter, one topic at a time. Come on now. Yeah,
that too, and that was one of the complaints when it came to the Q&A, and I think I don't know if Donnie's still here, but he should explain to Kent what the Q&A entails. The Q&A is something where people from the side chat can ask questions, and they don't necessarily have to be related to the debate. And so Kent was complaining that someone asked a question and then he couldn't find the slides. Here's the thing. If you know enough about the subject, you don't need slides. I'm more than happy to say that I know fuck all about genetics. And that's not the conversation that I want to have, because there are a lot of people who can do that a lot better than I can and ever could do. So the things that I like to talk about is what people believe and why. And so for people like Standing, we're starting a Bible study. We're going through the Bible cover to cover. There are going to be some actual Bible scholars involved. I'm not sure if they can make it for every single episode, but I'm really looking forward to that. And at some point, we will come to 1 Peter 3:15, when you're asked about why you believe, you should give your reasons and do so in a gentle and respectful manner. So I'm hoping that I can have that conversation with SFT someday. Who knows? Maybe.
Well, Peter, what if one of the reasons somebody believes is the genetic data?
And I can tell you for a fact that is not the case with you. You did not become a Christian after you discovered genetics.
The reason why I became a young Earth creationist was because of genetics, genetic entropy.
The reason
suddenly
why
it was
you're a
off
Christian,
topic.
The reason why you're a Christian is not genetics, right?
The reason why I'm a young Earth creationist, or the reason why I originally was convinced confidently of young Earth creation, was the genetics data, and that was a question you asked in our first show, and I gave you the answer. But suddenly it became off.
No, that wasn't my question, and it wasn't my question here. And so your answer confirms what I've been saying, that is, you do not want to defend the Christian God. Not in any way, shape, or form. You don't want to present any evidence for the Christian God. It is a topic you will avoid.
My entire apologetic is defending Genesis.
Just like your main man Kent. It's a topic they won't address.
It might mean that you guys are going to have a debate me bra right on here.
That
is still open. That is still open.
I admit this.
That is still open. At some point, Donnie, I think you will recall that there was a video posted on my channel where you agreed to come back for a second time. That was 2 years ago.
I think, yeah.
I'm still waiting.
That's going to be going on 3 years, maybe.
I'm still waiting. So if there is such a thing as the ninth, if there's such a thing as the ninth commandment, that is posted by your God in this book that you like to avoid, which is called the Bible, we'll see.
Peter, you cracked me up. I gotta give you credit. You do give me some good laughs, and laughter is the best medicine. So I do appreciate it.
I mean, and I'm being rude. I just want to say that I'm really interested in having that conversation. So, and I would really appreciate it because the conversation we had that was initially offline, that was a good conversation. That was Donnie that I talked to. And I talked to Donnie for about an hour. Donnie was on camera when he wasn't on camera for everyone at the time, showed me information on his phone. That was a really sincere and honest Donnie. That's the guy I want to talk to.
Let's do it. Yeah, we've had some good talks, Peter. We've had some good talks.
Yeah, I mean, there's no animosity. I just want to have a really good talk with you.
No, I'm all for it.
All right,
I
guys,
want more
get a
good
room.
dialogue between atheists and theists. That is what we do this for. So sending love, Peter, also Antangelo somehow, and standing for truth.
Still calling him Antangelo.
And all right, we are going to.
I'm ball hurt now.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Going to add in a vegetarian.
Dr. Bird.
Bird. I hope you had fun tonight. We were Midnight Ranting on Evolution on trial.
Yep.
What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, that's none of your damn business, Newman, and I appreciate it if you would not ask those questions to
So
me.
are you here to troll?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Basically, it was a good conversation. My only point is my nipples are not sensitive, so I don't know men go around testing their sensitive nipples. It's a pretty ridiculous statement. And Kent Holman's not your doctor. Thank you very much. That's it. I'm out.
Have you clamped them, Bird? Maybe God's on nipple clamps.
Listen, I'm pretty sure you can milk anything with nipples. At least that I've learned that from a philosophy class in a movie once.
You can milk a cat too. Like take a little nipple, a little saucer, you know.
Exactly. All right.
Go ahead, bring out Penelope.
That's oh well, and it's funny. I am surrounded by cats. I have.
Amy got all kind of.
I have exactly. I have a cat there. I have a cat there. So many kitties.
Oh, you've got SpongeBob back there.
That's right.
How old are you? They almost derive
you
sexual
can bring
pleasure
SpongeBob out for tonight.
from being
we must
deceitful.
have SpongeBob in case we ever need to do some whacking. Sometimes you gotta go whacking. You don't want to do it in public. If you're doing it in public, and then
It wouldn't look good on my highway.
well, then they become a different set of charges from a different set of theists that we can't talk about. Anyway, we're going down the line. We have some special guests for some intro outros. So we got Mike Banner and Atheist Jr. We're going right down the line. Mike Banner, what is up? We have been Midnight Ranting on Evolution on trial. Bum, bum, bum.
Wow.
I hope you are having a swell night. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
God damn it.
Dr. Amy Newman. Dr. Amy Newman. What was your maiden name?
What's that?
What was your maiden name?
Oh, maiden name is in before. I am just Newman.
Oh, a doctorate isn't marriage, right?
And it's just two masters. So a doctorate. Oh my god, my bird is gonna kill me. I'm gonna have two masters, but which is kind of like professor level, but it's not a doctorate. One day I will be Dr. Newman, maybe.
I think I heard most of that. It was hard to hear over the other people. I'm sorry to interrupt them, but yeah, I just had a quick question. I'm well, it doesn't matter what denomination I am. It's let's just say I'm a good Christian boy. When I go into church, we would talk behind atheists' back in church, saying they worship evolution. I've never seen that in you. In fact, I think the whole definition is that you would not worship anything. But please verify for me. I guess that's my question. You guys don't worship evolution, do you?
No more than we would worship gravity or the germ theory of disease or anything. The only reason we defend it so hard is because we think that the people who attack it are basically attacking science in general, even though they do lip service towards others. And there are no creationists on this panel that would ever do that. We love all our creationists on this panel. But we kind of view evolution as a proxy war for the science versus religion debate, even though, no, I mean, we don't worship evolution, and I would say that it doesn't actually disprove a god in any direction. So, like, there may be some gods that evolution doesn't correspond with, but I think most atheists would also say that it does, doesn't eliminate the majority or deism or anything like that.
Amen, sister. Thank you very much for your answer.
I want to add to that. So the moment
we know you do,
ask,
Peter. Go ahead.
Yeah. The moment you ask an atheist what do they worship, I think for the answer that you're going to get, the writing is on the wall.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mike, for joining us. I thought it was an honest question. I hope I gave you an honest answer.
Oh, you did. Like I say, that when some guy in church says that they worship evolution, it's like, I don't think they worship anything. Why are you dogging on these people? And there's not even anybody present in the church to defend themselves. So yeah, very good. Very good answer. Very nice.
Yeah.
But thank
you
so much, Mike.
We don't worship anything, but Amy.
Number one, I do like being on my knees.
Once again, when you're good at what you do. And all right, thank you, Mike. We are bringing in one more special guest.
God damn it, I can't handle it.
Hold on one second. I have an idea. Give me the Atheist Junior, what is up? We have been Midnight Ranting.
God damn it, AJ.
AJ, you missed out on all the fun.
AJ, you're on cam. I need to have the opportunity to say you're ugly.
Oh wow.
AJ, how do you get the 4K cam? I gotta say, that's awesome.
It's a Logitech
OnlyFans
Rio. It's a 4K webcam. I highly recommend it. On Amazon, it's probably the best webcam that
I do have the Brio, but I think because I'm on StreamYard, maybe you don't get the full 4K.
Well, yeah. StreamYard right now it's only letting me do 1080p webcam, but you could get around that by using OBS and because OBS will let you have the full resolution and then use the virtual camera on there. But I guess I just wanted to, answer the topic of the stream. I should have joined earlier, but I like to pop in here every once in a while. So if you want to, if somebody asks,
you're too big for this channel, AJ. You're. I mean,
he's outgrown us. But
yeah,
5K. I mean, you're too big for this.
Yeah, I did a live stream. My last live stream where somebody called me ugly at the end, there was 175 people watching it. So
wow.
I'm very grateful to the people in my audience. I think they're awesome, and I welcome anybody because there were a bunch of trolls in the chat. One of them at the end said, look how like he's ugly, a face only a mother could love. And I said, my mom loves me. Okay, does your mom love you? Have you called her recently? Because you should do that. I thought it was funny. So okay, if somebody asked me what the evidence for evolution is, I would just say, well, I can remember things better if used in like an acronym. So if you've heard of the acronym like BAMF, like a badass mofo. So there's biogeography, which is the global distribution of organisms and unique features of island species that reflect evolution. Anatomy, species share physical characteristics because the feature was present in common ancestor. You could use also ancestry. Molecular biology, DNA in the genetic code, which is probably, I think, the best line of evidence. Show how related species are, how related they are. And it shows that common ancestry is a fact of every living organism, or the favored races, as Darwin called them. It's not a racist thing. Like some creationists say that that means like, just a certain races and skin color. A favored race is just literally just means the animal species that have survived. So I wish they would stop using that argument. And then fossils. So fossils document the existence of species that went extinct, which is like 99% of them, and how they're related to present day species. Anyway, I don't think that I don't know if Standing answered Peter's question, because I think there is a distinction between being a Christian and being a younger creationist specifically, because not all Christians are young earthers, but every younger creationist is a Christian.
He's not going to answer that.
Well, that's his prerogative. So,
well, I will say one thing in that AJ is right. I have a different reason for why I converted to Christianity, and a different reason why I converted to YAC. So in a way, different topics. Agreed. So yeah.
Which was my question. So thank you for finally answering.
Well, that reason can be
good
highly
job,
personal.
AJ. See, AJ, and this is why you're much better than I am. You actually got him to answer the question.
Well, and he's just better than you, period. So.
Well, yeah, he's just a little more sophisticated than you, Peter.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
and I love you all.
But I'm better looking. No one has ever called me ugly.
No. About all that, not
it's getting spicy in here.
Except my mother.
Okay, well, I'm done.
4 properties. Thanks, AJ. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so very much, AJ. And we want to continue shouting out. Not just that AJ has currently 5 feet of viewers. We want to get him 15 feet K of viewers.
Can I say one more thing? Actually, I forgot to say. I have a new video that's coming out tomorrow. It's going to premiere tomorrow at 4:30 Central Time, and it's a collaboration that I've been working on for what feels like a long time with a channel called the Skeptic, like Skeptic, and it's going to be part 1 is going to premiere on his channel at 4, and then my part 2 starts at 4:30, so it's an hour long. I hope you guys will check that out, because I think it's probably the hardest I've ever worked on a video. Like the amount of clips I had to film, and just the collaborative effort was crazy. It was a lot of hard work that went into that one. So I really hope that people like it.
What's the video about?
It's
male nipples.
It's a response to Kent Hovind talking about peer review and his misrepresentation of the definition of peer review, because he starts talking about Saddam Hussein and the Taliban and ISIS.
He would never go off topic like that. He sticks to one topic at a time.
Famous peer reviewers.
Yep.
AJ, can you shoot me a link to part 1 on Twitter? I do want to see both.
I will.
Hey Donnie, I got a question for you real quick.
Great to see you, AJ.
Great to see you. Thank you so very much, AJ. And that's right. Go check out his channel. I've been trying to put everyone's links in chat, and sending love to 15 foot of AJ. And all right, we have. He really is our headliner of the night.
Yeah.
James, we have been Midnight Ranting on putting evolution on trial. We have been really trying to evolve into a good time. Have they convinced you? Are you now convinced that evolution is fake? It's a fraud, a hoax.
Yeah, I haven't quite moved in that direction, but who knows? Anyway, guys, it's been a blast. It was a fun debate. Thanks, Donnie, for hosting it and for coming on and being such a good sport and taking a little bit of the abuse, but standing up and answering the questions. We appreciate it. And thanks to everybody for watching. And yeah, guys, have a great night. Get to bed. It's 5 a.m.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not. You're a liar.
Woohoo! Thank
Truth
you
is
so
relative.
very much, James.
It sure
And
Yeah.
I am for Truth's channel into chat, as well as the debate itself. So you have no reason to check out all of this great non-believer and believer content and Gizmo. I just love how happy he always looks when he's on camera.
Oh, he's so sweet.
Gizmo.
Hey, Donnie, real quick though, I had a question. What? Oh, you sell Volkswagen? Volkswagen costs $120,000.
I probably exaggerated a little bit.
Like,
Well, I mean, some of them come close. Yeah, you get like
what?
Top of the line Atlas plus the years and years of financing. You're getting up there, 80,000 maybe. But yeah, the 120 was probably admittedly a bit of an exaggeration.
I thought you were saying like Porsche or Audis or something like that. Okay.
Foreign parts are a lot more expensive.
Sold Nazi cars.
Oh wow!
One thing, Donnie. You know what your channel is missing?
What is it missing?
Sorry,
The
I was on
gong.
mute. What is it missing? What is it missing?
The gong.
Oh yeah, the gong. Yeah, I love the gong.
I love
a
the
lot
gong.
of people they were nervous
I
to
love
do the gong, and I would say I'll rock the gong. Tons of fun. I should get
You're
a gong.
about to hear it, so
yeah.
I don't think we're saying the same word. We love the right? The big fat round. Okay, we're talking.
Newman, listen to me. You're a grown adult.
Anyways, sending so much love to anyone out there, everyone out there in chat.
besides Adam Lore, none ya biz.
I see Doorknob
Doorknob
had Chris Peacock. Let's see. From last to first, sending love out there. In the Twitchosphere, should send the link into Twitch because we have just started to grow that community, as well as the whole Skeptic and Ranting community on Discord, on YouTube, Twitch, and even Ian Davenport and myself on Facebook, basically posting memes.
Bryce out
Memes.
there.
But yeah, I do.
Someone needs God because they're desperately trying to turn on the light.
Someone's going to prompts with their nipple clamps. Come on, do
Oh
it.
my. But I hope you all had a good time on this episode of Midnight Ranting. Evolution on Trial, where tonight we threw a debate after show of Evolution on Trial. Dr. Dino versus James W. Chapter 2 from the channel Standing for Truth for an evolving good time. I do, however, want to thank my co-host James W. along with
Nice picture there, Beamsy.
oh my. Along with our Guess Bird.
15 foot to you, does it?
Peter.
It's only 9. It's with sperm whales.
Beamsy. Mark. Leophilius. Donnie. Friendly. Danny. Mike. And Atheist Jr. As well as the people in chat. We pay per the pin here. Our awesome mods who make this stream so great. And lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible.
And Brett Keane, just for being Brett Keane.
If you enjoy, we love all of our atheist and theist brothers out there. If you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe
To the Brett Keane channel.
because then you gain access to that
Oh,
bell
Donnie
icon.
left. Good night,
which
Donnie.
once that hit to bell will send you reminders to see our premieres.
Jesus Christ.
Goes through the cranium.
End it now.
And join our live streams.
I had access to the bell icon.
Someone take that bell away.
Hey, why not leave a comment once the video is done? No. After the show, we will be, even though I think it's about to be daytime, heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server. The link of which I know is in the description below. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content, we offer some perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman.
That's who she is.
I am Amy Newman, and
Amy
we will
Newman.
see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Mwah!